for adoption of the minutes of February 14th. Moved by Councillor Morocco, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Wing, did you have I'm sorry, yep, we'll ask the clerk.
In the additions to council, there was a correction made to a motion at the bottom of page 3 to the minutes, so that you're approving the minutes with that correction.
Okay, we'll call the... Okay, Councillor Iononi was not here. She's abstaining. All the rest of us, all those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, in-camera item regarding application L2012-02, and also on the council agenda, CO 2102, adult entertainment.
Okay, Councillor Iononi?
I had the same first conflict that Councillor Thompson cited.
Okay, Councillor Morocco?
I also had the same conflict.
Okay, Councillor Wing?
Yes, I'll complete the side of the table. I too had a potential conflict on this in-camera matter.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thank you, Worship. From the meeting downstairs, the Committee of Adjustment application that dealt with a parcel of land in close proximity of my parents.
Okay. That's all good? Okay, it's noted. Any other conflicts? Okay, great. We'll move along to deputations and presentations. And first up, we have Ellis Katzoff, CEO, and Lori Flasco, board member, here in regard to Pathstone Mental Health. Welcome. Between the towers.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. My name's Lori Flasco, and I'm a board member with Pathstone Mental Health and a resident of Niagara Falls. I'm here tonight along with Ellis Katzoff, Pathstone CEO, to tell you about our agency, our anti-stigma campaign, and our Hope Award. Pathstone Mental Health is the only accredited mental health agency in Niagara for children, youth, and families. And we offer a broad range of mental health programs delivered by highly trained staff and volunteers. In 2010 and 2011, working collaboratively with a number of partners, Pathstone's helped over 7,300 children, youth, and adults. 16.7% of the clients, which is 1,219 children, youth, and parents, were from Niagara Falls. And in 2011, we opened 6 satellite offices across the region to make it easier for clients to access our services. The satellite offices in Niagara is in the Branscombe Early Learning Center on Glengate Drive. Last year, Ellis spoke to you about the terrible impact that stigma has on people, and this year our agency is proud to be launching the anti-stigma campaign. And I would like to now introduce Ellis Katzoff, Pathstone CEO, who will tell you about our anti-stigma campaign and our Hope Award.
Thank you, Lori. Good evening, Mayor, Councillors. It's a pleasure to be here again this year. Last year, if you remember, when I met with you, I talked to you extensively about the impact of mental health and stigma and the relation of stigma to mental health. If you remember the statistics that I shared with you, 1 in 5 children, youth, and adults will have a mental illness in their lifetime, and 70% of those problems will begin during childhood or adolescence. Another important statistic to remember is 1/3 of all those people will only receive help. 2/3 will not, and that's basically because of stigma. That's why we're here today, to talk about stigma. Tonight I want to share with you what Pathstone is doing to lessen the stigma, to help people feel more comfortable to reach out for help with their mental health challenges. Last spring, we established a community advisory committee to help us with this campaign because it's too large an issue for one agency alone to deal with. The committee has now grown to over 40 community representatives, including representatives from both school boards, from Sun Media Niagara, Astro Radio, Canadian Mental Health Association, the Niagara Health System, Niagara Regional Police, Brock University, our Pastone Parent Advisory Committee, a municipal councillor who, if you noticed, if you'd seen the Niagara Falls Review today, in the front page of the Life section, her story was in there, as well as a number of other community members who have life experience with mental illness. They have all joined us in this effort. The campaign, which we launched February 13th, will run for at least 12 months, if not longer. The focus of the campaign is very simple. Shatter the stigma and mend the mind, or mend people's ideas about mental health and stop discrimination from occurring because of the stigma. The campaign activities will focus on directing people to our campaign website. Once at the website, mendthemind.ca. Please go visit it, mendthemind.ca. People will receive all kinds of information. They'll receive information about the myths and facts about mental illness, the importance of getting help early, just like if you start having difficulty with your blood sugar and you go and find out you have diabetes, the sooner you get help, the healthier you're going to be. The same thing stands with mental illness. And where to go get help. There are all kinds of links on the website about where to get help, whether it's if you're in crisis and not going to any agency yet and don't know where to go, or whether you just want to get into some type of treatment or counseling program on an ongoing basis. The website will also be a place where people can tell their stories about mental illness. We are distributing 10,000 postcards, look this way, similar to this postcard across the region. The back side of the postcard is blank. We're asking people to tell us their stories about how stigma has affected them, whether it's in words, in pictures, in drawings, in collages, and mail these postcards in to us. We will be scanning them on a regular basis into the website, and people will be able to see everyone's story. There are already at least a half a dozen postcards on the website for you to have a look at. On the website, people will find links to agencies, links to articles, similar to the article that was in today's paper, but articles from across the country as well as around the world that are relevant. They'll find educational curriculum that teachers can take right into the schools to talk to their kids around mental illness and stigma, and those curriculums have been developed with some of our partners from the school boards. There will be links to programs related to mental illness in the workplace. Just recently, the Globe and Mail this summer had an article that stated the latest statistics. There is a $54 billion cost in lost productivity in our Canadian workforce due to mental illness. $54 billion. And that could be lessened if employers implement programs around mental illness and stigma and how to get help and be sensitive to employees. There will also be links on the website for parents, giving them more information to better understand the challenges that kids have and how they can deal with them. Starting this past Saturday, for the next 5 weeks, in 18 screens in the movie theater in Niagara Falls and 10 screens in St. Catharines, we developed a video. We developed a video with the in-kind services of a number of different professionals, so it costs us nothing to develop. This video for the next 5 weeks will be screened over 2,300 times before each and every feature film. And the video's main message is go to our website for help. And I'd like to share with you the video for a second. Thank you. All right. It's quick.
Change your mind about mental illness. Learn more at mendthemind.ca.
Thank you. As I said, it's short, but it's to the point, and it gets the message across. Go to mendthemind.ca to learn more about mental illness. We are also going to have we have posters like this one that we're going to be displaying throughout the region, in schools, at TD banks, in other retail outlets, Brock University, Niagara College, and hopefully in all of your municipal buildings. But we'll talk about that at the end. In April, there's going to be a video contest in high schools across the region of both school boards and a poster contest in elementary schools. There are also going to be ads in the Standard, the Tribune, and the Review throughout the year, and on Austro Radio, CKTB, and Easy Rock stations, and their websites. Some of it will be paid, but a lot of it will be in kind, as both of those companies are sponsors of our campaign and will be supporting us throughout the campaign. There are also going to be stories, and you saw the story today, hopefully many of you saw it, and yesterday's story in all the newspapers. We're going to have stories like that throughout the year. That's the newspaper's contribution to this campaign. We want to help people realize that mental illness affects everybody. It doesn't discriminate. Everyone from all walks of life. 1 in 5 people are affected by a mental illness, and most of them are still carrying on very active, regular lives. They're just not talking about it, so we don't realize that because they're afraid of being discriminated against. Our message through these stories is to hopefully bring those stories out and help people realize it's everybody that's really impacted by it, and we need to be more receptive and open to it and supportive of these individuals. So, we are here tonight to ask for your support in some very, very simple ways. And it won't cost you anything. We want you to please place these posters in all your municipal buildings. I've already taken the liberty of leaving about 30 copies of it with your clerk, so if you choose to go ahead, you've got some copies, but we will provide you with as many copies as you need. You just keep letting us know how many more you need, and we'll get them to you right away. Second, we would like you to please place this simple logo on your homepage of your website and hyperlink it to mendthemind.ca. So when people go to your website and they're seeing this logo now in the newspapers regularly throughout the year and in many other locations, if they see that, they know you're supportive, and if they want more information, they can link on it and it'll bring them right to our website, very simply. And finally, please join us at our Hope Award event on June the 8th. If you remember last year, we gave the Hope Award to Connie Constanzo, the first executive director of the first children's mental health agency that opened up in Niagara in 1968. She was dedicated her life to that career, and she was well deserving of the award. We also had, if you remember, Rick Mercer for some entertainment in the evening. This year we are giving the award to a citizen, Morris Gom, who dedicated his time for 30 over 40 years to children's mental health as a volunteer, working on boards of agencies and foundations to help our agency and other community groups support children who have mental health problems. He's really well deserving. And to add to the evening and entertainment, we have Henry Winkler. If you all remember Happy Days in the Pond, he is going to be the entertainment. We've not only asked him to do this because he's well known, but when he was a child, he had a learning disability. That's one type of mental illness. His brain just didn't work well when it came to math and memory and reading and stuff. But he didn't know that because that was in the mid-50s. Learning disabilities were only identified in the mid-60s. So he went through his whole early education struggling, being told he was lazy, he wasn't applying himself when he really was, and that creates a lot of frustration and anger. I know that personally because I lived through the exact same experience he did. When he found out as an adult he had a learning disability, he went on a mission to advocate for kids with learning disabilities, except he changed one word. He calls it learning differences. Because all it is a difference, not a disability, once you learn how to manage it. And he went ahead and wrote 17 children's books. And they became so popular, and his advocacy around the world became so popular that last year the Queen of England gave him a medal for his efforts in fighting for kids with learning differences. So we're really proud to have him at the event. So what we are asking you to do is please buy a table, come out and represent Niagara Falls at the event, along with all the other municipalities that were asking the same thing, and join us. One last caveat though, this event, we're in the 3rd year of the Hope Award. It's now become a very significant event. Leaders in the community are coming out. I have to tell you, we have already sold, even though we've only been selling tickets quietly for 3 weeks, 50% of our 600 tickets. Over 50%. At the last count this morning, it was about 330 some odd tickets. So please buy your table quickly and join us and show your support for the event. So to end off, I'd ask you, please help us shatter the stigma in Niagara. Thank you very much, and we gladly answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks for your presentation. Thank you for your presentation. We do have some comments. Councillor Morocco?
Thank you, Worship. Alice and Lori, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure having you here and seeing you again. And I just have to say that you are helping to break through, because it was so silent for years, and now we're starting to hear about it. Your staff is excellent at getting the message out, and I think that you're doing an excellent job. And I have attended your Hope Awards in the past, and they are very, very good, and I appreciate that, so thank you. We talked about diseases, and we talk about cancer, and how people reach out to someone that has cancer. Totally different than if you said you had mental illness. People leave you like it's a plague, so I think it's important, so you're doing a great job, and I look forward to it tonight, and I hope that we can count on the rest of council. I think Councillor Carrier already has a table as well. So, yes, and we hope to join if there's enough seats, and if not, we'll have to buy more. Again, thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, and we do appreciate, and you know, I've heard you speak at the region too, Mr. Katzoff, and it's absolutely true. When you give those numbers, 1 in 5, which is 20%, and there's approximately 60 people in this room right now. So, you know, that means there's about a dozen of us that are maybe suffering in silence. And it's one of these things, not like a broken leg, that it's pretty obvious when you see a cast. There's a lot of people, and a lot of people in our own families, and a lot of our friends that are suffering. And it's good now that, you know, a long time ago they used to suffer in silence, or they were told just get over it or shake it off. And we realize, you know, shake off a broken arm, and you don't shake off some of these, whether they're disabilities or otherwise. But and women going through postpartum after childbirth, and anyone that's been through it or been with someone that's been through it, it's very difficult. These people need support, and obviously it starts with awareness and education, and then we can deal with it. Nothing to be ashamed of. It's something that a lot of people deal with, and it's good that you're advocating and you're out in the open like that, and you're bringing someone high profile like Henry Winkler, and we're happy to support that. So on behalf of the council, we want to appreciate, thank you, and let you know we appreciate you coming out here and helping to bring this forward. And as you say, we want to shatter the stigma, because that's what it is, just a stigma, and mend the mind. So thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you.
Okay, and there was a request here before you leave. We've got a motion by Councillor Wing to support the asks of our presenters, seconded by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, next up for our deputation presentation, we've got Community Safety Zone, and we welcome John Grubik and PC Stephen Deaver and PC Jeff Bootsma to do our presentation. Are you going to be joined here, John, by your... where are the guys? Don't be shy, guys. What's that? Yes.
All right, good evening. Tonight I'll be providing City Council with an overview of a joint traffic safety initiative between staff and the Niagara Regional Police called Community Safety Zone. With me tonight are Constables Stephen Michael Dever and Jeff Bootsma of the Niagara Regional Police Niagara Falls Detachment. I'll open up by defining what a Community Safety Zone is. The Highway Traffic Act delegates authority to municipal council to designate a part of a highway under its jurisdiction as a community safety zone, if in the opinion of the council, public safety is of special concern on that part of a highway. Community safety zones may be established on roadways near schools, daycare centers, playgrounds, hospitals, senior care residences, and may be used for collision-prone areas within a municipality. Community safety zones are intended to provide a safer environment for pedestrians adjacent to these developments, particularly for those who are most vulnerable to vehicular traffic, such as children and seniors. The reason for designating a community safety zone on a street should be obvious to the motorist. The main consequence to the motorist is the doubling of the minimum fine for moving violations, such as speeding, careless driving, failing to stop for a stop sign, and failing to yield the right-of-way to a pedestrian at a crosswalk. The risk of receiving higher fines is a major deterrent to the driver. Offenses committed within a community safety zone does not double the demerit points, and parking infractions do not apply either. From our research, some of the municipalities in the greater Golden Horseshoe area that have established community safety zones include Burlington, Mississauga, Brampton, Toronto, York Region, and Kingston. And locally, community safety zones have been established in Pelham and Deansville. Motorists are advised that they are entering a community safety zone with a sign that is illustrated on the screen, accompanied with a Begins tab. Conversely, the community safety zone sign with the Ends tab is installed at the end of the zone. Longer zones have signs posted at 400-meter intervals to advise drivers entering from side streets and driveways that they are within a community safety zone. A section of Kaler Road and McLeod Road are being recommended as a city's first community safety zones. Both of these roads have several significant pedestrian generators, namely 2 elementary schools, 1 secondary school, the Boys and Girls Club, the Girls Home for Soccer, community park, and senior residence. There are also dedicated on-road bike facilities on Kaler Road and sidewalks on both streets. With the population increase in this part of the city in recent years, both the police and city staff have been receiving concerns from the neighborhood about the safety of pedestrians along these streets. Recently, the Niagara Regional Police have carried out an enforcement blitz of these roads, and some of the stats of their efforts include 49 traffic tickets issued over a 6-day period, and most of the tickets were for drivers traveling 75 kilometers per hour or more in the posted 50 kilometer per hour zone, and the highest speed recorded was 92 kilometers an hour. The ability of the Niagara Regional Police to commit resources and effectively enforce moving violations must be taken into consideration when establishing community safety zones. If enforcement is not aggressive or carried out frequently, it compromises the credibility of the sign. Residents and commuters that drive these roads often will quickly recognize this and may not adjust driving habits. The Niagara Regional Police have implemented a traffic safety initiative targeting safety in this area. Community safety zones are not intended to blanket the entire municipality, nor is it meant to remain on one street for an indefinite time period. The intention is to rotate community safety zones to other areas of the city of special concern where there is poor driver compliance with traffic laws. Staff will work closely with the NRP on a case-by-case basis to ensure that they can safely and effectively patrol an area and to increase the effectiveness of a community safety zone. Overall, community safety zones are intended to raise awareness of children and seniors in an area with the goal of modifying driver behavior. Staff is recommending that the aforementioned sections of Kaler Road and McLeod Road are established as the city's first community safety zones. If City Council approves this initiative, staff will have the bylaws prepared for Council's next meeting on March 27th, and the signs will be installed in April for the community safety zone designation to take effect. Technical staff will monitor the traffic operations throughout the next 6 months to determine the effectiveness of these community safety zones, and will touch base with the NRP liaisons to acquire their stats and gain their perspectives into the effectiveness of these zones. If there has been an increase in the compliance rate, staff may recommend that the signs be removed and established elsewhere in the city. However, removing the community safety zone signs does not apply if the three will no longer receive enforcement. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, John. Councillor Carrier?
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is this new? How new is this program?
It was established in 1998 by the government.
1998. It seems like an exceptionally good tool for Mr. Mayor, and I certainly would move the recommendation that we try it, and I wasn't one of the 49 offenders.
Okay, moved by Councillor Carrier, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Johnson?
I just want to say congratulations, and the location that you've chosen is particularly important. The schools, the seniors' home, and it's recently a 4-lane speedway, so and you've proven that by your statistical survey, so congratulations. I think this is a great idea and probably something that we're going to have a look to other areas of the city.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wing?
Yes, I just want to note that I think it's a great initiative as well, and probably a lot more effective and certainly a lot cheaper than traffic calming.
Yeah, agreed.
clerk will have this really handy.
Well, that's the other, I'm sure it's pure coincidence that it happens to be in our clerk's backyard. So,
Front yard.
front yard, was that the 92 kilometer an hour, Mr. Clerk?
Well, I can tell you that at night, because my room faces Kaler Road, I'll see these red lights, and I think they're coming for me. But they're doing their job. There is a lot of enforcement out there, and the police do a very good job out there with their limited resources.
I appreciate what you guys do. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Carrier, seconded by Councillor Thompson, to endorse the recommendations. Call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Go get them, guys. Okay, now we're on to the planning matters. I'd ask the city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit a cottage rental dwelling at 5401 River Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Thursday, December 22nd, 2011, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you. We now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to explain the purpose and the reason of the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Worship. This is an older house on River Road, and they are asking that it have a cottage rental dwelling added as a use to the existing zoning. The property is located on the east side of River Road, as I said, immediately south of Eastwood Crescent, shown in the dark outline on the map. As well, we had regard for the bed and breakfast and other cottage rental dwellings that are located within a 500-meter radius of this property to try and determine whether there's undue concentration. You can see there are a number of various tourist establishments located in the area. Immediately to the south, the circle is actually cutting through the area of the Customs Plaza for the Rainbow Bridge, so the tourist core is very close to this. To the east of the property, of course, is the Niagara Gorge and River. The application is a site-specific request to add a cottage rental dwelling to the property, as well as to recognize the existing side yard setback on the north side and the maximum area of parking that would be allowed in the rear yard. These are existing conditions. The council had previously directed that staff investigate policies to regulate cottage rental dwellings. We're in the process of doing that. However, this application was actually received and processing began prior to that direction coming from council. Therefore, it is important that this application be processed through the procedures and practices that we had at the time it was submitted. I do want to let council know, though, that this application was the result of a complaint. We did hold a neighborhood meeting on January the 12th. One resident appeared. He left a letter. There are other letters that have been received. I believe they're in your packages. And those two expressed concern over noise from groups staying at the house, parking problems, the size of the group, drug use, and fire pit use on the property. The site plan for the property shows the location of the existing house. It runs through from River Road to River Lane. The parking for the property is off River Lane. The existing parking area at the back of the property is 70 square meters, where the bylaw would permit 40 square meters. So they're looking for recognition of that. The side yard setback on the right side of the screen, but it's the north side of the property, has a side yard setback of approximately half a meter, and that again is to recognize the existing location. There are no changes proposed to the exterior appearance or design of the building. The property is designated residential in the official plan. It does permit for bed and breakfast. These lands are also within the River Road Satellite Tourist District, which provides for alternative forms of accommodation, provided the residential character of the area is maintained. We've found that the application does comply with the official plan in as much as the cottage rental is a form of small-scale tourist accommodation. It's similar to a bed and breakfast. The site's an appropriate location for this alternative form of tourist accommodation. It's because of its proximity to the tourist core. The residential character of the area will not be changed, as there's no changes planned to the existing building. The cottage rental dwelling is to be rented to a single group of travelers, and it's not expected that that would generate any more traffic than a typical detached dwelling would generate. There are 4 bedrooms in the house, and that's what they've asked for, is that all 4 be allowed to be used. The building code limits occupancy to 2 people per bedroom, and so therefore the maximum occupancy would be 8 persons. There's currently only one other approved cottage rental dwelling within 300 meters, and we don't believe that it represents an undue concentration, which I already mentioned. The zone change, so in addition to adding that as a use, they're looking for the rear yard and the side yard situation to be recognized. I've mentioned the 4 bedroom. The property would be licensed under our licensing bylaw, and in order to operate as a cottage rental dwelling. Therefore, we've concluded that the amendment can be supported because it is similar to bed and breakfast uses in the area. It's in close proximity to the tourist core. It will be compatible with the surrounding dwellings. There are no changes in the appearance of the building. The size of groups will be controlled, and the city can regulate the use through zoning and enforcement of its noise bylaw. The recommendation, therefore, is that Council support the amendment application to rezone the land to permit an existing dwelling to be used as a cottage rental dwelling with a maximum of 4 bedrooms. Those are the highlights.
Thank you, Mr. Yurlevich. Any questions? We've got Councillor Johnson.
Yes, through you to Mr. Hurlovich. When is your report expected regarding cottage rental?
Well, it's likely going to be the April meeting. The reports are due now for the March meeting, and we're still collecting data. We've been in touch with a number of other municipalities to see how they regulate these types of facilities, other areas that experience high tourist volume.
Okay, that was my other question. Talk to other municipalities with respect to this?
Yeah.
Okay, and how do you control, you say in the report you control and have 8 people, and how do you control? Partly by working with the owner to make sure that they understand the occupancy levels. And those are the things we act on a complaint basis, so it would depend on someone calling in to advise us that there are more than 8 people at the premises. What about this is an annual approval for a license?
No, the license would be annual, however, the zoning will be forever.
I understand the zoning, but the license is annually. Is there any way that in your legislation you can put in, if this does become a problem, it can be revoked without any waiting till the next year comes around?
I might look to the clerk to respond. He's the officer in charge of licensing.
Yeah, through your worship, I think this was mentioned at the meeting in December. Under the bylaw, as the issuer of licenses, I could revoke a license. The applicant would have the right to appeal that to council. So there is a process involved, but as I've stated previously in council, we've never had the occasion to do that.
Yeah. Okay, I'll listen to the rest of the comments, but the last application we had here, I think that the solicitor on behalf of the applicant made numerous suggestions on how he was going to satisfy the complaints from either side. I think this is a legitimate concern that people have who are adjacent or in the area, and I think we have to be very convinced that there's a method how this can be controlled, because the stories we've heard with 20 and 30 people gathering, and obviously in a party fashion, can be on a regular basis, can be very upsetting, and I'm sure we wouldn't want that beside us on a regular basis. So as long as the controls are in place, then we probably have to see how that plays out. But I'd be interested to see what the submissions are.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this point from council? Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referrals that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to this other than the applicant? Yet you can come forward. Will you please state your name and your address for the record?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Danny Mazalika. I live at 5411 River Road, next to this property. Okay, so after the serious letters of concern in opposition to this amendment were submitted by worried neighbors, we have to meet here because the planning department is still recommending approval. It is said in the executive summary of the report that this dwelling would be similar to a bed and breakfast establishment. This is not true, because at B&Bs you have hosts or owners supervising the guests. Here it is an unsupervised situation where you have single large groups coming to basically host parties. We live immediately next door, and we have already experienced the negative impact of the situation, with strangers being overly intoxicated, trash including beer and liquor containers being thrown into our yard, lit cigarette butts being thrown into our yard, and generally intimidating behavior from the backyard, to the point where my own 64-year-old mother is scared to go in her own backyard because of these partygoers. It is also said that this would sort of blend in with the surrounding dwellings. But how can it blend in when all the people that live in these surrounding houses are residents, either tenants or owners? And that includes the bed and breakfast in our subdivision there, because the owners live there. This would be completely unsupervised, so it even affects the B&Bs that are being run there currently. As a matter of fact, on file is a letter from one of the owners of the B&B who is also concerned about his own guests. So basically we're asking that this be denied or deferred for now until some sort of criteria is established to control the situation. Because it has greatly diminished our quality of life. And there is a safety concern because we have large groups of strangers right next door to us. And it is a primarily residential area with some B&Bs. But this is an unsupervised cottage rental. That's why these people rent cottages, so they can do things that wouldn't be permitted at B&Bs or hotels, or even in parks or anywhere for that matter. So that's basically all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from council? Yeah, Councillor Gates?
Thanks very much for coming. I just got a question. During these nights of partying, did you ever call the police?
No, I was on the verge of calling the police, but I knew that wouldn't be the permanent solution to this problem, so I did make a complaint to the zoning department.
Okay.
And not much was done. But I had the phone in my hand, and my mother told me, don't call, they're going to know the neighbor called. So even,
I was
a little bit reluctant.
I understand that would be a concern.
Yes, and I knew they would be told to quiet down, but the next weekend you would have another group, a new group coming in. So that's not really the solution.
No, one of the problems probably is that you get a different group every weekend.
Exactly.
Different group of young people or whoever. Just a question for our staff to Alex. On the document on page 2, Alex, it talks about us asking for a review on these type of establishments. And if we did defer it today till we do get that review back in April, would there any be repercussions on us on not making a decision tonight?
I don't know whether, I'll defer to our solicitor on that.
I appreciate that.
The applicant could appeal to the applicant could bring a case to the OMB on the basis that if council doesn't consider the application within actually 60 days when the application is made, then they can go to the OMB without council having considered the application. That's the potential downside.
Okay, so having said that, Alex had said that looking to bring it back into April. Could we move it up till March 28th? Would that be an option for us?
No, because we haven't finished our research, and our reports are due on the 6th of March, so that's a week from today.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much.
You're welcome, sir. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else other than the applicant? Oh, did you want to state your name, please?
Susan Wall.
Susan
Wall.
Wall, and you live at?
5421 River Lane, which is right behind the residence.
Okay.
And my property is a little bit higher, my porch and my house, so that everybody kind of congregates at the back of for some reason, at the lane. And so there's a lot of smoking marijuana and drinking and noise, and to the point where it comes right up into my house. So when I'm either watching TV or even in my bed, because it's right on the house, I get a lot of cigarette smoke and a lot of pot smoke, and there's a lot of noise. And the traffic, there's like considerably more traffic because there's about 4 or 5 parking spots there, and they still have to park along the lane in order for everybody to stay off the cars for the property when there's people there. And there's been large parties there, bachelorette parties, stag and does, different things. Way more than 8 people staying on, probably not maybe, probably 20 people at a time at the house. Maybe they're not all staying overnight, but coming, going, and going all the time. And that's just not what I've been there 3 years, so. And I live there by myself, my 2 sons.
Okay. Any questions from Ms. Hall? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else other than the applicant that would like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant and his or her representative. So if you'd like to step forward.
So my name is Dave Egerman, this is my wife Alex Fazulis. Okay. So wanted to just first of all apologize that these problems did happen. I'd like to make a note that we also own a cottage rental, which is the only other one that's been licensed, and we've owned it for 4 years. And unless somebody can tell us here, there's never been one complaint to the city. And the moment that we found out about this, we resolved it, and I'll tell you how we did that. The other disappointing thing about this, unfortunately, is we never once, and if somebody can tell me otherwise, but we never once heard from any one of these 4 neighbors that complained. And we heard about from the 5th neighbor when I was there doing a little bit of work on their property, and we immediately resolved the concerns that they had. They brought it to our attention, but there was never a letter, there was never a phone call, there was nobody ever knocked on the door, not once, and there never has been. So only once, we've only heard from these people once we applied for the license. And as I said, for 4 years in a row, we've had the other property down the road in River Road. It's been managed well by a property manager. It was mentioned that nobody was going to be around. We have a property manager now that has been. She lives a block and a half away, and she visits and will be there when the people book in, and she's going to be checking in as she has in the other locations for the last 4 years. So there were a couple issues that were mentioned. We removed the fire pit that was on the property when we purchased the property in April. The fire pit had been there for years. We didn't realize that it was something that people were even using, and we removed it. We created a contract that requires to be signed and a deposit of $300 taken. And contract stipulated that there was a noise bylaw and the maximum number of cars were 4 and maximum number of 8 people. And the contract also that we have outlines where the vehicles can be parked. And we have ample parking for the 4 vehicles. We don't even anticipate there be any more than that if necessary. And the property manager meets with the family, as mentioned, at their property upon the arrival of Niagara Falls to review the rental agreement.
Okay.
Any questions that I can help with?
Sure. I've got Councillor Ioannoni and then Kerrio.
Yes.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, do the neighbors have your phone number? Because if there is something happening in the middle of the night, is there a way that they can get a hold of you at that time? Because they're shaking their head no behind you. So is there an opportunity to have them be able to contact you
Of course
directly?
there is. We live in Jordan ourselves, and, this property, we spent $400,000 on this. It's a business for us, so absolutely, there's a phone number, there's a property manager, she lives a block away. There's no problem with that. Nobody's ever asked us for it. In hindsight, we should have gone to them and approached them. And
So you will provide it to them?
oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerrio?
Thank you, Your Worship. Do you have, through you, a age restriction on your rentals?
I'm sorry?
Age restriction on your
No,
rentals in your contract?
No, but it's a good point. I haven't thought about it, and we can certainly put that in, and I have no problem with that. The truth is, this house is 100 years old. It's a beautiful house, and the last thing we want to do is have it damaged, stained glass shrouded and so on, and there's no intention of us spending $400,000 that we want parties. So, honestly, we did not realize there were 50, and I never had known to this day whether that's even accurate at 20 people. I'm assuming it is because they told us that through the letters, but nobody's ever told us that otherwise, other than what we read in the letter. So it was a mistake, it's been controlled, and it's not going to happen. So if the age is a concern, by all means, we do not want, generally what we find in our other place, people come from all around the world, primarily Europe, and in Europe, house rentals are very, very popular, and especially for children and seniors, it makes sense for a family to rent a house and be able to stay there for 3-4 days, maximum a week is what we
I
found.
agree, and if it was strictly for families, I would have no issue whatsoever.
The other thing that we found through 4 years of experience is 4 couples that get together and, they go to the casino, they go elsewhere, so they'll go golfing. So it's a combination. I can't tell you that it's going to be just a family unit. It could be a combination.
I understand. I'm in the industry, and the only time we have issues and problems is when we have a suite, and it's usually rented to a group of young people.
Yes.
We like to see them have fun, but we have security on the site. We don't put up with anything. They have no notice, no warnings. If there's an issue, they're gone.
We've realized and found that the contract and asking for a $300 deposit, surprisingly enough, especially the deposit part, is like if there's in a group of individuals that are kids that are just scraping the money together, they usually don't want to put.
And I would feel more comfortable if we had the results of our investigation or our survey or whatever in front of us, and we had a set contract like that where everyone agreed how it was going to be handled, and that everyone in your industry agreed that, look, there's going to be no warnings. If you have to be called over there, the police have to be called, and they go to the situation. There are more people that are there that are supposed to be there. It's immediate eviction. No refund, immediate eviction. And sometimes that works in your favor because you can rent it again the same night.
Are there any other questions or comments from council?
I think I just would like to make a comment. I think it was an isolated situation that had happened in an environment that obviously, as we had agreed upon, that it shouldn't have happened. It's something that we hadn't rented to young people in the past. It's possible that Sue didn't have all the right information, but that's why she takes all the necessary precautions right now to prevent that from happening, because as I said, in our other place we didn't have any situation like that happen, and she just needed to spend a little bit more time and ask a few more questions that'll identify any potential hidden information that she might have missed. And we are only aware of the one situation, not aware of any other ones. So I think we already are looking at how we deal with the clients that are coming to our environment to begin with, because as difficult of a situation it is for the neighbors, and we do recognize that it is very difficult. it's also not a pleasant situation for us to have to deal with any concerns that we might have upset any neighbors or anybody in the area. So I think we never started any of this venture with that we're going to rent to whoever and that it's going to be a party scene every weekend. That's never been the case and never has been the case. And I think that, as I said, an unusual situation happened, and that same situation can happen in a house right in your own neighborhood. And I think the important thing is that we were brought aware to the situation because the property manager and Dave and I are regularly attending the house. It was brought to us by the neighbor, and we immediately rectified the situation. So long before any of these complaints took place.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carrier?
Just to address the comments, the difference in the situation is when most people come to do this, they're coming to have fun for the weekend. There are no repercussions for them. They're there this weekend and gone next weekend.
Not if we screen it. And
If you screen it and if you police it, and if there's teeth in our bylaw that says if there's so many infractions that you lose the license, I'm not as
all I can
comfortable.
tell you is in the last 4 years of our other place, there's not been one complaint.
Predominantly families that are coming or small
You understand our
groups.
concerns.
I do,
For the
and I
neighborhood.
do.
And it's not something that...
We don't take it lightly, and that's why it was addressed immediately. It wasn't...
I understand. I just would like to make sure that we have a remedy to the situation if, you may not be the owners, like you heard the planner say, the zoning goes on forever. You may be the owner
The zoning
today.
does, but the licensing has to be applied, and that licensing may not be issued. So if they're having complaints, that stops it. Just because the zoning has been given to the property does not permit. We still, even if this gets approved, we still have to go through the application process.
I understand that, but it'd be very difficult for us as a council if you sold the property to someone else and a new person came in for us to deny them the license. That would be a difficult thing to do. So, but anyway, thank you.
Okay, we got Councillor Gates and Iannone.
Yeah, just a question to the applicant. You've heard the discussion talk about the deferral, which is going to be a short period of time, about maybe 7-8 weeks. Would you be okay to agree to a deferral? And then obviously there'll be a report that would come back that would obviously hopefully put some rules and regulations in place so it works for not only yourself but works for the residents that live in the area. Would you be okay with that?
Unfortunately, I'd love to say yes, but the answer is no. The process that we have to go through, if this gets approved, is still go through another 60 days easy, and we're going to be into the spring. And, we've made a big investment on this, and, if there was policies and procedures or bylaws that, we bought this property because of the zoning. We specifically bought it for a business, is why we did it. And we had to take a risk, and obviously one cannot ask for zoning before you even purchase a property. So we made a decision, and we purchased it, understanding the rules and the regulations and the process that want to go through. This process is costing us $5,200 just to apply for the zoning. 4 years ago, it cost $1,800, and it just went up in January to $7,200.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Iannone?
Thank you. I don't like your answer. I have to say, I'm leaning towards supporting you with you working with the neighbors and the neighbors having contact numbers, but I will say I won't support it until our report's back. So I'd like to make a motion that we just... I'm sorry, you have to close the meeting first, right?
Yeah.
When you close the meeting, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to defer. I'd like to see some teeth in it. I'd like to see you sit with the neighbors and discuss with them and give contact numbers and things like that. And I understand $400,000 investment into, and that's a beautiful house. But right now, everything is not closed. The neighbors aren't working cooperatively with you. You're not working cooperatively with them. I think they'd like to see a little bit more agreement as they're shaking their heads back there, and I'd like to see a little bit more teeth in our bylaw. So when you close the meeting, Mr. Mayor, I'll be happy to defer it till our report comes back and we have some teeth so that we can enforce it.
Okay. We've got Councillor Morocco.
Actually, I'm going to second the motion when it comes forward. That's all.
Okay. Is there any other comments or questions from council of the applicants? Okay. All right, then we're going to close the public meeting. Public meeting with respect to proposed zoning bylaw. Do we have a comment? Oh, Councillor Wynn? Okay. Okay. Public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. We'll now entertain a motion from council.
Wait, is this a motion to defer?
will look at some comments that's made.
Okay, stand down. All right, so Councillor Wing, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, I was waiting for you to close the meeting so I could make a motion to deny the application.
Guns away.
There is no way we should support this. The application it was filed as a result of a complaint, and I'm really tired of these things coming forward because somebody complained and they got caught. I mean, we just rubber stamp them, give them approval, and all that does is encourage others to open the same sort of businesses without license, without the proper zoning, and just proceed until there's enough complaints and they come to the attention of the city and get caught. I don't think I need to wait for the report to come back. I think we have enough grounds right now to deny this application. The cottage rental dwellings may be permitted where they are considered to be compatible with the residential neighborhood, which this has shown itself not to be. The establishment of such facilities will be carefully regulated as to their location, size, and traffic generation. We know there's a problem with River Lane. It's been outlined to us in the correspondence. It's a narrow laneway and there's just not enough room. It's also creating problems for the residents there. And in order to minimize potential disturbances to adjacent properties and to protect the character and identity of the overall neighborhood, we're losing the identity of that neighborhood. It's noted in our report that River Road is recognized as a scenic road in the city's official plan. And one of the nearby residents has pointed out that even a single party house in a block of homes is enough to begin a downward spiral. Flight of families to more stable neighborhoods, less care for lawns and gardens, an increasingly trashy appearance and declining property values until the existing homes are bulldozed and the area redeveloped. Guess what? I had one of those right in my neighborhood. In fact, right next door to where I'm living now. I bought it to clean the place up and to save the neighborhood. They're not wrong here. One party house can wreck a whole neighborhood. And this is River Road. Well, it goes on to point out that the Victorian ambiance and scenic splendor has been the delight of residents and visitors alike for more than a century. I don't know how many tourists go up and down that road. The people mover goes up and down that road. Our VTS is going to be going up and down that road. And if we want a deteriorating neighborhood with less care for lawns and gardens, an increasingly trashy appearance, and just falling apart, then that's what we're going to get. I did a calculation. There was a schedule in the package showing the number of cottage rentals and B&Bs in the area, and I counted all the residential lots on River Road between the Rainbow and the Whirlpool bridges, and I discovered that 1/3 of them were already B&Bs and cottage rentals. And I don't know if we have a tipping point defined to when a neighborhood ceases to be residential and becomes something else in character. But I think if 1/3 of your residential properties are already being rented out as commercial units, you're definitely crossing some sort of line. Like, this area is losing its residential character. I do not doubt the neighbors at all in what they are telling us. There's the one family, the gentleman spoke here this evening, the Mazalikat family. They put in a 2-page letter. It is very eloquent and very compelling in what it's telling us about what they have been through. There is just no way that we should be even thinking about approving this. Another point, neighbors' objections on account of noise and other disturbances to adjacent properties are disregarded as a matter of principle on the grounds that such concerns should be addressed under the city's noise bylaw. Try and get somebody out on a Friday or Saturday evening when you're getting disturbed by noise and other things going on. We don't, so far we don't have any bylaw officers on duty to go out then. The cops won't come. They're too busy policing other areas. So it's fine and dandy to say, oh, well, you should be addressing that into the noise bylaw, but we don't have the manpower to do it. And it's a real pain for residents to try and get anything done under the noise bylaw. You have to have at least 2 households, preferably 3, putting up with all this nonsense, keeping logs, The first time, our officers go out and warn the owner of the property that is being complained about, so they've already gotten away with everything up to that point, and the neighbors generally have been pretty tolerant before they get to the tipping point where it's like, we just can't take this anymore, and we actually hear about it here at City Hall. So, on top of all of that they put up with, now, because there's been a warning given, they have to start keeping the logs and build the corroborating evidence so that a charge can be laid. This can be a whole summer of people not being able to enjoy their properties, not being able to sleep at night. I mean, you can't just slough it off to the noise bylaw. Then another good point, indiscriminate approval of cottage rental applications is no favor either to the residents or to the responsible operators of cottage rentals. You're not just hurting the people who live in the area, you're hurting people who run their own businesses there. And the problems with the traffic on River Lane and the fact that this area, this section of River Road, is a scenic road and is already oversaturated with these sort of uses, today is grounds enough to deny the application.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, we've got, what's that?
She's making a motion.
Okay, no. Councillor Pietrangelo, and then we've got Councillor Carrier.
Thanks, Your Worship, and I kind of have some comments along the same lines as Councillor Wing. I mean, I guess I've always believed that the Municipal Act allows for these uses and that we have to let them into our city. However, I guess I have a question through you to staff. We did receive an email from a resident that says that in the city of Collingwood, after years of complaints, that they now restrict tourist homes to B&Bs. And I'm just wondering whether or not cities have the right, actually, to not allow these type of uses in our city.
Excuse me, the city can prohibit uses. We prohibit slaughterhouses. Don't know if we have any. I don't know how many there are, but we do prohibit things. So the bylaw could prohibit things. It could be challenged, but it doesn't mean that we can't try it.
I guess, Your Worship, and I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the points that were made. The biggest problem that I have is that there's really no on-site chaperoning, and I appreciate what the applicant has said in the sense that they're going to be good stewards of the property and they're going to have someone check over. But just the fact that they would have to leave their phone number to the residents that are nearby, to me tells me that they're the ones that are going to police the problem. So they're the ones that are going to have to call. And I think to myself, is that what I would want? Would I want to live beside a place where every time there was a problem I'd have to pick up the phone and I'd have to call the owner and say, you might want to come over here because this is happening. It shouldn't be up to the residents that live next door to it to police it. And that's the biggest part about it that I have a problem with is the fact that there's no on-site chaperoning. Hopefully when the report comes back, maybe it can address the fact that we can restrict these uses or not allow them at all. My second question has to do with the fines, because I remember before, especially at the Committee of Adjustments, we always consistently dealt with applications where things were already built and then complaints were put in, or in these cases here, zoning was being used, it was not permitted, and then the applications would come in afterwards. And in the same email that City Council got, it talks about the City of Wasaga imposing fines for unlicensed properties to the tune of $25,000 if you don't have the correct zoning, but you're using it for inappropriate use or whatever you're not zoned for, with an additional $10,000 fine for each day in violation. And I remember asking the question before and being told that we weren't allowed to impose such fines. So I guess my question is, has something changed, or is this correct?
You answer that?
Yeah. Simply, municipalities cannot impose fines. Courts do. And I think if the party actually provided us with the Wasaga Beach bylaw, what it would provide was that if the offense is proven in the court, then this fine can be imposed. It would also say that that's the maximum fine that can be imposed. And it would depend on the prosecutor to be able to persuade the justice of the peace that the offense was such that $25,000 would be imposed. I would be very surprised if there's a lawyer born who could persuade a justice of the peace to award a $25,000 fine for this particular offense. That's the kind of thing that we get for serious fire code violations. Occupational health and safety violations where somebody's been hurt but not killed. So it would be, I would be very surprised if anyone was able to actually get that fine. There are, in some municipalities, a system which is being pioneered where they take the fine system internally into the municipality and impose what are called administrative penalties. The City of Oshawa is sort of at the cutting edge of this project. The City of Oshawa has a lot of money because you have to have an entire administrative system equivalent to a court supported within in the municipality. So you kind of have your own little mini court. And they do that, and in that way, I guess you could say the municipality does impose the fine, but you still have to have the procedure to do it. You can't just whack the guy. So that's there it is, and those ones are limited. I can't remember the exact number, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, but there is a limit to how much a municipality can impose an administrative penalty. I think it's $5,000, but I'm not absolutely sure of that as we speak today.
Okay, thank you. The clerk would like to comment?
Yeah, just to remind council, one of your motions in December was that staff investigate the possibility similar to what you do on a building that's been built without a permit, whether we could impose double fees in the application process. So that's something that staff has to investigate and bring back to you.
Councilor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And then I guess to wrap up, I appreciate the comments of the solicitor. I just didn't want to be missing the boat on that. And I'll let my comments stand in regards to an on-site chaperone. I still don't believe that it should fall back to the responsibility of the residents in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Councilor Carrio?
Thank you, Worship. My concern, if I follow Councilor Wing's direction to deny it, that the staff is recommending it. If we defer until our report comes, we may have some ammunition when the report comes to make a fight about it if we go to OMB. The way this is, usually in the case where our staff is recommending something and we go against it, the case at OMB is pretty good for the proponent. So I'm going to support the deferral.
And our noise bylaw is non-existent, by the way.
Our noise bylaw is non-existent, weak, horrible.
Okay, staying on topic, this issue, Councilor Ioannoni?
Deferral.
Okay, motion for deferral until staff report comes back, moved by Councilor Ioannoni, seconded by Councilor Morocco.
On that deferral, I'd also like it to be mandatory that the owners, if the neighbors can come up with some sort of contact solution, because I think we probably can work something out here.
Okay. Well, it's non-debatable. Motion for deferral. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, now I'd like to ask the city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a hotel residential condominium development at 6881 Stanley Avenue, the former Loretto property. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, January 27, 2012, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheet outside the council chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd now like to ask our Planning Director, Mr. Hurlovich, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Worship. As the City Clerk said, this involves the property of the former Loretto Academy on Stanley Avenue. Probably before I get started in the presentation, it is a very complex project. I've been here 25 years. I would say this would be second in terms of complexity, scale, and monumental size of project to right after the Falls View Casino. So the amount of information that we've had to synthesize, go through the reports that were submitted are significant, and I'll try and be as brief as I can, but I think for a full understanding of everybody as to how we reached our conclusion, it's important to go through the process. The property is located on the east side of Stanley Avenue at the corner of Livingston. Livingston leads to Fallsview Boulevard, and the site is directly across from the Scotiabank Convention Centre. To the south of the property is Our Lady of Peace Chapel and the Mount Carmel Monastery. To the east is the Queen Victoria Park and the falls themselves. North of the property are a number of high-rise hotels, both built and unbuilt but approved buildings, 30 stories and in excess of 30 stories. The site plan for this property, again, the corner of Livingston and Stanley Avenue. There are 3 high-rise towers proposed for this property. So there's an oval-shaped building at the north, the Loretto Academy building in the center with a new tower to the left or west of that, and a tower building at the south. The lawn to the front is, or east side, is depicted. You can see a number of pathways that walk or lead through that property. The application is for an amendment to change the urban design policies to reflect more modifications made to the built form, dealing with the massing, height, podium, floor plate, and tower design of the project, as well as to amend the zoning bylaw to permit the site to be used site-specifically for 3 high-rise buildings, a 32-story building, a 57-story building, and a 42-story building. They're also seeking to allow at least 2 of those buildings to be used as either hotels or apartments. The third one would be a hotel only. We did have a neighborhood open house meeting on January the 25th. There were a number of residents from around the city in attendance, as well as representatives from the Parks Commission. There were a number of inquiries about shadowing, waste disposal, traffic, and so on. There was also an expression of loss of greenery. You'll see a number of letters in your council package to that extent as well. And the Niagara Parks Commission expressed concern about household storage of goods on balconies if the properties did develop residentially. The official plan, the lands are currently designated for 3 high-rise buildings. That's already a done deal. So the official plan permits a 32-story, a 57-story, and a 42-story hotel. The heights, these additional heights are given in return for retaining, conserving, and restoring the former Loretto Academy building, and retaining and conserving a portion of the site running north-south, east of the existing building. That's the area I referred to as the front lawn. The amendment application was also to be accompanied by a number of studies, and these were all submitted by the applicants. So the Heritage Impact Assessment, Shadow Impact Assessment, Pedestrian Wind Level Study, Transportation Study, Tree Inventory, Archaeological Study, and an Architectural Peer Review Study. All of those were provided to us. The current official plan policies as well require that there be a Section 37 agreement to secure various funding for community facilities and streetscape contributions. There are policies in the official plan now that establish the height of the podiums, the size of the floor plates of the towers, and the length to width ratios of those towers, as well as the setbacks. The applicant is requesting that he have slightly larger floor plates on the 5th to 15th floor, and again, above the 15th floor, there's a diminishing amount. We're basically talking between 10,000 or 1,000 square meters up to 1,500 square meters. The towers have floor or length to width ratios I mentioned. So the current they're looking for regulations that would take them from up to 1 to 2.6 for the 5th to 15th floor, and then it would be reduced above the 15th floor to 1 to 1.5. so and 1 to 1.8. The tower portion for the south tower would be as close as 10 meters to the south lot line. The applicant submitted, I mentioned, a heritage impact study. Their own consultant found that there would be an impact on the property, but that it could be mitigated through the preservation of the building, the reconstruction of the mansard roof and cupola. They also identified that the green space east of the building should be preserved. They proposed a garden wall along the south boundary of the property that would form as a visual link to Our Lady of Peace Chapel. Not satisfied with that study, we had an independent peer review study done of the Heritage Impact Assessment. That consultant came back and felt that the entirety of the east lawn should be preserved as a cultural landscape, which would have meant moving the north and south towers back 13 meters and 21 meters respectively. The developer was able to shift those buildings back westward 3 meters. The peer review consultants of the Heritage Impact did see that Loretto Academy does exhibit heritage value, the site relationship to Our Lady of Peace and Mount Carmel as being important landscape heritage qualities. Excuse me. And while it would be desirable to retain a larger portion of that landscape on the east side in order to maintain that visual link to Our Lady of Peace Chapel, the developer was unable to alter his plans. We brought all of this information to our Municipal Heritage Committee. Municipal Heritage Committee did support the location of the development, and they requested that the Loretto Building and East Lawn be designated under the Ontario Heritage Act as part of this approval process. That would be secured through the Section 37 agreement. The developer is agreeable to this, so it did have support from our Heritage Committee, and I actually thought that was quite an achievement for them. I didn't think they would be able to get the developer to agree to that. The architectural peer review was done for this. We have two sets of guidelines. The PADS guidelines, which encourage a wedding cake form of development, which you'll see the model in front of you and on the screen a little later. We also have the Tourist Policy Review Handbook, which was introduced in 2004, prescribes specific floor plates and lengths to width ratios. Both meet the objectives of the official plan in terms of creating point towers and creating a separation in order to avoid a wall effect on the building. The architectural peer review did go back up. Can you back me up, Dean? Thank you. The architectural peer review did not support the project. I should have pointed that out. They felt that the buildings would contribute to that wall effect. They felt that the vistas from the park would also be diminished, and they felt that the building should be set back from the east lawn to protect the entirety of that. Staff actually looked at this property. We found that the property is much larger than other properties in the Central Tourist Core, and so therefore the policies that we developed for very tight sites have a little bit more flexibility in terms of this site without causing adverse impacts. The requested change in podium height from 17 meters and 4 stories to 21 meters and 5 stories is supported for the north and central towers. However, we weren't supporting the change from 17 meters to 19.5 meters for the podium next to Our Lady of Peace Chapel. This drawing shows the elevations of those 3 towers and the separation distances. Our guidelines require a 25-meter separation distance between buildings. You can see between the south tower and the central tower, that's the left and middle buildings. They do achieve the 25 meters at the lower levels. and they exceed that. Above the 15th floor, they're as wide as 34.5 meters. That dimension by our guidelines is to be 35 meters. However, we didn't see that half a meter would be discernible to most people naked eye looking at a distance between 15 and 30 stories. The distance separation between the central and the north tower is 37 meters at the lower levels, 54 meters at the upper levels. So again, we felt there were sufficient gaps, and therefore that wall effect was being avoided. There is a 5-meter setback that's allowed on the south side of the south tower. That is the tower on the left side of your screen. That's the requirement under the Cemeteries Act as a distance separation between the building and the lot line that's common with the cemetery at Our Lady of Peace Chapel. Our guidelines require a 12.5-meter setback for towers and lot lines. They're proposing a 10-meter setback for that south tower. Again, 2.5-meter difference. Again, we felt that was something that would not have a significant impact and therefore could be supported. The applicant submitted a microclimate study. Well, we found that there was severe wind conditions along Livingston Avenue. Most of these are actually existing conditions created by the Marriott Gateway Hotel, formerly the Fallsview Sheraton. The consultant recommends various landscaping and screening treatments in order to mitigate that wind. The study did find that the South Tower will create additional wind conditions at the north entrance of Our Lady of Peace Chapel, and again there are some recommendations for, there would be a need for further study in order to determine how those that microclimate could be controlled around that entrance. Archaeological studies have been submitted. Phase 1, 2, and 3 have been done. We're waiting for this final sign-off on the Phase 3 archaeological studies. These were actually the digs that went on at the site and the cataloging of artifacts, largely porcelain shards, some small basketballs and things of that nature. The Stage 3 did recommend a Stage 4 archaeological assessment for 2 of the development sites. We are recommending that there be a holding provision for that until the Stage 4 assessments are done. There was a scoped environmental study done for the property. This was to address the trees on the property. 25% of the trees are going to be saved on the site. Most of those are on the east lawn. There were no species at risk, that is a threatened or endangered species in the province of Ontario. None of those species were impacted and don't exist on this site. Traffic study was done for the property. The streets can generally accommodate the traffic that's going to be generated, but we do require a 3-meter road widening for the along the south side of Livingston for a portion of the North Tower property. It was also identified that there will be eventually a right turn lane needed at Stanley Avenue and Dunn Street. It's going to be necessary for the region to confirm that. The zoning bylaws for the property. There will be 3 bylaws developed because the properties will be developed as separate parcels. So basically they're looking for a building height of 118 meters for the south building, 197 meters for the central building, 141 meters for the north building. They're seeking podiums of 21 meters. As I've said, we've recommended that for the north and central towers, but not for the south podium. The south building requires 332 parking spaces, although if they drop 1 table in the restaurant, they probably would meet that, but in any event, they can provide 331. We're supportive of that. There won't be any off-site impacts. Most of the parking will be provided underground for this site. The landscaping on the site, again, we would secure that through our zoning, so the north property or south property would require 32% landscaping, the central property 40% landscaping, the north property 35% landscaping. In order to secure the east lawn as that open cultural landscape, we would be recommending a landscape strip between 19 and 29 meters along that east side in order to protect that lawn. We're also recommending a 6-meter landscape strip along Stanley Avenue in order to create a good public interface between the sidewalk and the parking lot for the buildings or surface parking along that west property line or the east side of Stanley Avenue. They're also requesting no parking or no loading bays for the south tower, one loading bay for the central tower, one loading bay for the north tower. We are supportive of that. There'll be cross easements over the property will need to be secured. The residential use is requested for both the north and south towers, just in case they develop as residential condominiums rather than as hotels. The Section 37 agreement, this is agreement under the Planning Act that allows us to secure certain community facilities in return for increased height and density because we're exceeding the height and of the property and therefore the capacity of those properties, which is in this case would equate to density. We're seeking cash contributions for this in accordance with our policies. So the net floor area over 30 stories pays a cash contribution of 5% based on construction costs. Depending on whether they develop for residential units or hotel units, the amount of cash that would be collected for that floor area is $2.7 million to $3.4 million. Those contributions would flow directly to various municipal community facilities. We've listed 6 or 7 possible community facilities here. These would be written into the zoning bylaw or into the official plan, the Section 37 agreement, and those monies could be divided among all or any of those projects. Usually that's negotiated at a later stage as to which project would actually proceed and how the funding would be divided. The Section 37 agreement would also require contributions to the streetscaping. We've already completed the streetscaping along Stanley Avenue. We've got an index figure of about $1,100 per linear meter. So there's approximate cash of $338,000 due for that length. Livingston Avenue is yet to be upgraded, but it's a street that needs to be upgraded because it would connect Fallsview Avenue from our tourist core with our new convention center. So that street will need to be done, and those payments would be secured through Section 37 for the North Tower. And then lastly, the Section 37 agreement would be used to secure a heritage conservation plan for Loretto, and would require that both the Loretto building and the east lawn be designated at the issuance of the first building permit for the redevelopment of the site. So in conclusion, we've actually found that the changes to official plan policies can be supported because the development has received support from the Heritage Committee. The requested design changes meet the official plan in providing adequate gaps between buildings and avoiding the solid wall to the building. The amending bylaws will establish the regulations to implement the recommended policies. The holding provisions will be used to secure completion of archaeological work, microclimate studies, and heritage designation. The Section 37 agreements will secure the building form, streetscaping, improvements, capital facilities contributions. Therefore, there's a long list of recommendations here, but we are recommending that Council approve the application to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw to permit the 3 high-rise buildings subject to the the details that are laid out here. I don't know if that's basically the highlights of that application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Councillor Townsend?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. The last time this application came before us, I declared a conflict of interest without really any counsel from any legal counsel. Since then and before this application, I have had discussions with solicitors and also with Councillor Cario, who was just up the road. I do not have a pecuniary interest and do not intend to declare any conflict on this, and will participate in the discussion. I have been amazed at the number of emails and comments that have come through in the last few days about this application. In my opinion, there are a lot of people, and most of them are from out of the area, who are thinking we're here dealing with this application tonight and that we're going to save the Loretto property, that this is basically an application where we can designate this entire property. A tremendous amount of misunderstanding of this application, and I would just like Mr. Hurlovich to make it very clear what we are doing. We've already approved this development at a previous time, and if there ever was a time many years ago to designate this, certainly the convent and the people involved at the time lobbied this council immensely not to designate that, so that they could get their finances out of it, because they couldn't continue on with that development. And at that particular time, if anything was going to be done, it would have been done now. The horse is out of the barn. We're here now just sort of tweaking this application. Anybody who thinks and has been emailing that here we are, we can save the Loretto property, that's not the case. And I think the information that I've been getting for the last couple of days is certainly a great deal of misunderstanding with the people, again, mainly from out of the area, who are trying to save the skyline of Niagara Falls. And personally, maybe I had a lot to do with the skyline of Niagara Falls, and when some people look and they see a rainbow, some of them only see the rain. When I see it, I see the colors involved. And when I look at the skyline here, I see a vibrant community, one that's alive, and one that services the traveling public. And even one of the emails suggested, and don't mention the idea of jobs. In my opinion, that's what it's all about. We worked hard to do what we've done here, to create employment for people both within the region and outside of the region. And it's not like it used to be, where they used to criticize the tourist industry for minimum wage jobs. Every one of these developments, and the average salary at the casinos is substantial. So some people look at the situation one way. I don't. I look at this as, and I have to compliment the development that I see before me. It's truly something that looks like Las Vegas. But I'd like the planner to make it very clear that we're not here trying to save the Loretto property at this particular meeting. We're here to tweak this final development, and it's been scrutinized by every angle that could possibly be, but we're not here to save that.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Hurlovich, maybe you could help us out and give a little bit of history.
Your Worship, the councillor is correct. The official plan already provides for 32, 42, and 57-story high buildings on the property. There are some changes to the official plan. Those have to do with the separation distances between buildings, but as I pointed out, we view those as minor. They're also looking to increase the floor plate of those buildings. It's a couple hundred square meters for the buildings between the 5th and 15th floor, and I think maybe 100 square meters above the 15th floor. So again, relatively small changes. And then the zoning is really the regulatory exercise to put in how this site will actually develop, so that those towers will be very precisely placed on that building, and those are going to be the design criteria which anybody who develops this site will have to meet. So it is basically we're dealing mostly with the zoning, some very small tweaking of the official plan, but the height is already allowed.
And the other part that Councillor Thompson asked about, Mr. Ilovich, was the building itself, the original Loretto building. Is there any requirement for the developer to save it or designate it currently upon purchasing the land?
There's no requirement. It's a listed building in the city's Register of Heritage Properties under the Heritage Act. The only requirement is they have to give the city 60 days notice that they intend to demolish the building. That's the only intention. That's not the case with this developer. He's agreed to save the building. They've committed with the Heritage Committee to provide a conservation plan for that, and we'll secure that through the Section 37 agreement I mentioned.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Morocco?
Your Worship, I saw the emails as well that have come through opposing the project, and I have to say that development is inevitable. It's actually part of our growth in our city. I would never support a development that actually built a whole wall. I like the design, and I think it works in that area. I also like the fact that there's on-site parking. Maybe I can just address that. Is there also underground parking as well? All the parking will be on-site.
Mr. Ilovich? Sure.
Yes, I can't confirm the number of parking spaces. The architect may be able to do that. But yes, there are 4 levels of underground parking on the site, in addition to surface parking between the high-rise buildings and Stanley Avenue.
So they won't be required to have any off-site parking?
No, it will all be on-site.
Very good. And I like the fact that they've put some greenery in the parking, so it's just not going to look like one big black slab. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wayne?
I think the people we've been hearing from are concerned with the same thing as us, which is the regulatory criteria, where the buildings are placed on the property. If I am understanding and I just had a chance to look at them very briefly today, but if I'm understanding it, they're concerned about preserving the view, especially looking up from Queen Victoria Park and the Falls area, and not having a historic building that's actually really increased in importance in the last few years since the publication of the novel The Day the Falls stood still. It plays a very central role in that. So I think they're looking to preserve that whole scenic, cultural heritage landscape, and not have it crowded by buildings, tall buildings close at either side. And, this isn't all unanimous, and I'm not with the Heritage Committee anymore, so I don't know what happened with their deliberations, but I'm looking at 2 peer reviews here which are in precise accordance with one another. The Heritage and the expert independent heritage consultant who did that peer review of that study concluded that the entire east lawn, as measured from an alignment with the east wall of the former academy, should be preserved as a cultural heritage landscape, and the north and south towers should be moved westward towards Stanley Avenue, 13 meters and 21 meters. So that consultant who did that peer review said shift those north and south towers back toward Stanley Avenue and have that entire east lawn preserved, which includes the grove of trees to the north, exactly where that north tower is showing. And of course, the architectural peer review came out negative, didn't support the project at all, and said that both the north and south buildings should be set back in exact alignment with the east wall of Loretto Academy in order to preserve the entire lawn on the east side of the building. So again, same thing. Shift those 2 towers which are flanking the building back to its east face, being in line with its east face, preserve the entire east lawn. And that seems to be what the people emailing us are asking for as well. And I don't know if council saw it, but I picked up this afternoon that Margaret Atwood, and yes, the Margaret Atwood, had Twittered about this application this afternoon. So, really the eyes of the world are on us here. And I think we can compromise and come up with something that everybody can live with. It just involves more shipping, and it may involve going down to 5 levels of underground parking instead of 4, but I think we can come up with a win-win-win situation here tonight.
All right, thank you. Councillor? Are there any other comments from council? Okay. Seeing none, members of the public are advised the failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referrals that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 1724 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone other than the applicant? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Did you want to come forward? If you could state your name and your address, please.
Do I pull this forward, or can you...
Yeah, you can bring it down a little bit if you like, sure. There you go.
My name is Carla Carlson. I'm from 4119 21st Street in Vineland Station. I realize that I'm probably going to be commenting, like as you say, on something that's too late for at this point. But this councillor who just has goaded me into speaking, so I have to speak back to him. I had come to a meeting in June 2010, and I thought I would have signed anything to have allowed me further information, and I have never received anything about this since. I did send a letter into your council explaining my opposition to such a development. I hadn't heard back from anyone, and I wasn't aware of the January 2012 meeting, open house. If I don't say something now, I guess I'll never be able to, so perhaps what I'm saying to the public and to Mr. Mayor and council and the people who care about this is that for any councillors you're electing in the future, that if there is ever any green space left that's not already been designated for development in your beautiful Niagara Falls area, I would say that I think the people have spoken enough to say that they really do want green space and they don't want to see more development. And I really appreciate what Councillor Wing said about setting this development back. I just made a few notes as I was sitting there. I hadn't actually thought I could speak tonight, so I hadn't prepared anything professionally, but I just would like to point out, I made this observation when I was here in 2010 as well, that I think it's actually really hypocritical of your council to display this spectacular photo of Niagara Falls on your computer desktop. It's a very misleading photo. It gives no hint as to the reality of what Niagara Falls councils have allowed to happen in this sacred natural phenomenon, and this fellow has taken credit for the changes. Niagara Falls City Council's legacy are the walls... Councillor Thompson? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't know your name.
Okay, we'll keep all the comments through the chair, please.
Niagara Falls City Council's legacy are the walls at the falls, the hotels, the restaurants, and the bars. Council after council have allowed towers to be built along the brow of the falls, ruining the nature of the site. If the Niagara Falls Council ever had the guts and the vision to stop the growth of towers in green spaces around the falls, the whole world would applaud you, voters would applaud you, people all over Niagara would applaud you. I own a bed and breakfast and have been sending my guests to Niagara Falls for about 10 years. I own Niagara Nature, Wine and Garden Tours, which has been rated in the top 3 eco and adventure tour company in Canada by the Canadian Tourism Commission, and have been in business for 16 years. In all that time, I've never had a guest or a client say to me how thrilled they are with the development above the falls. To the contrary, every tour group and bed and breakfast guests that have come here have been let down, disappointed, and even disgusted by the changes to the falls view. If you allow this development and towers of these heights, going forward that haven't already been approved, that I respectfully request, or even maybe right now request, that you take down this desktop picture and get a new one of what the reality is and put that up to represent what your council actually stands for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ioannoni?
It's very easy for outsiders to come in here and tell us how to do their job if you're not sitting here trying to do it. So, if you want to come here and say something constructive, that's one thing. But you are not dealing with the economic downturn here. You are not dealing with the people who are working in those hotels. You are not dealing with the thousands of people who will have new jobs in these new hotels. And you know what? I haven't got a call this term or last term about those towers. Not one. And I was one of the holdouts standing here. I voted for that application simply because there was not a planning reason to vote against it. So don't you come here and tell us how to do our job. You are not dealing with the economic realities of Niagara Falls, and you have hotel owners here who are very, very fortunate to have that view to put their people to work.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments of the speaker? Councillor Wayne?
I think at this point I'll mention one of the other things I saw this afternoon. Somebody noted, and I can't remember the exact words, there was something along the line of a diamond is only as secure as its setting. And I thought that said a lot, in that metaphor. You look at the microclimate study results on page 8 of the report, and it says the study concludes that adverse wind conditions will be created by the proposed buildings, which will affect pedestrian safety at the northerly entrance of Our Lady of Peace Chapel. And it also notes elsewhere that portions of the site are covered with mature trees, and most of those mature trees will need to be removed to accommodate the building. So I think part of what Ms. Carlson and I are suggesting is shift those buildings back, preserve the cultural heritage landscape, because it is very historic and it's very important, that whole tie between Mount Carmel and Our Lady of Peace Chapel and this building. It's a complex. And save those trees that there's a grove there right where the North Tower is. Save those trees, because we're hearing that definitely there's going to be adverse wind conditions created there, which will affect pedestrian safety. We already have those in the Fallsview area now. I call it the Fallsview Wind Tunnel. When my daughter was working at Table Rock House, I wait up top the incline railway to pick her up after work, and I have literally seen people hanging onto lampposts there in order to not get blown off their feet by the wind. And now when I pick her up from the front of the Fallsview Casino, I see the wind effects there, and I have watched her fight to get to the truck. This is a 19-year-old woman, girl, whatever. She can barely get to the truck sometimes. It's already that bad, and this is going to make it worse. She works in the tourist industry, yeah. And we're not saying don't build here. We're saying let's be sensitive and place them in such a way that we have a win-win situation. The trees of today, any trees that are planted to mitigate the winds, they will never grow to the height of their predecessors. They'll never reach those kind of mature proportions anymore. And the best tool you have for mitigating those wind effects is that grove of trees, which is right underneath the North Tower. Those are your best tool, and to contemplate removing those when you know these buildings are going to exacerbate the effect that's already there is just silly. All it takes is moving those towers back, and I think it will help mollify. I know some people don't want anything outside of outright nature around the falls, but at least it will meet them halfway and help satisfy the concerns. And I think that's all that Ms. Carlson and I are both saying.
Okay. Were there any other questions of Ms. Carl, Council? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Carl.
May I just respond?
To Ms. Wayne?
Actually, to this councillor here. I
What's that? Well, if there's comment to the presentation, that's more what we're after tonight. We don't want to get into a debate with councillors. We'd rather just deal with the application. So if there's anything specific to that that you haven't already mentioned, by all means.
Well, like I say, I really appreciated what Councillor Wing had to say, and I was saying I was being respectful and asking this council to consider some of the ideas that would help mitigate the bigness of this development and to be able to preserve some of what's already there. And having grown up around this area and lived here all my life and feeling that I belong to Niagara Falls, and I think many people around the world feel the same way, I had meant no disrespect, but I'm simply conveying what the feedback I've been getting all my life as an adult and as a tour operator. And I just really hope that maybe what I said, I was being silly, but if maybe you could remember that. It's what people think. And I think you could develop around the falls beautifully and have all your jobs, but do it in a little bit different manner that's been happening in the past, and that Councillor Thompson was very proud of.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant that would like? Yes, ma'am. Come on forward. If you could please state your name and your address.
I need a footstool. Something to stand on. Hello, my name is Irene Lowell, and I live in St. Catharines. And I know this has been passed. It's unfortunate that it has. I would like to say that the economy in the whole Niagara region is terrible. And as living in St. Catharines and knowing what our unemployment rate is, I can understand what the councillor was saying. On the other hand, I would like to say is the hospitality industry, unless you're living in a bubble, is in the decline in the Niagara area, in Niagara Falls. It's a fact. Motels aren't being rented out. Your hotels are not being filled to capacity. And people are struggling. Some of your owners are struggling of these hotels and areas and buildings along in here in Niagara Falls. And I have to say that it disappoints me that this council would pass something like this, knowing of the damage that was done when that big huge high-rise apartment building hotel was built right along the falls, and all the water damage that came back up and down, and you're going to be paying for that maybe not in our lifetime, but I'm sure within the next 30 years. That's all I wanted to say. It disappoints me that we love Niagara Falls. As that lady said, I brought my children here when they were younger. I bring friends here. So to say that we shouldn't say anything, we should, because we do care. As individuals, as families who come here with our children, and now I'm bringing my great-grandchildren to see the beautiful Niagara Falls. But what they don't have to see are all of these hotels that are taking away the beautiful greenery that we have here in Niagara Falls. And that's the saddest part that I've watched over my whole life at 62 years of age, growing up in this area and seeing these mountains of buildings being built along the falls. And that's all I gotta say. It just really disappoints me that somebody feels that we have to build all this high density buildings across the falls, that tourists in Niagara Falls, New York are going to look across and see absolutely nothing. They're not going to see a flower if you keep up the way you're going. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Councillor Inoue?
I think it's very interesting she brings up that point. I was just in Hawaii for vacation, and it's very interesting. When you walk on the street in Hawaii, you cannot see the beach for the wall of hotels there. But the beach like the falls, is public, and all you have to do is walk one block over, and you're along a whole public beach line. But very interesting was the woman who checked me into the hotel, and she asked, where are you from? And I said, Niagara Falls. And she said, I was in Niagara Falls. And I said, Canada? And she said, no, New York. What are you guys doing right? Because it was awful in Niagara Falls, New York. Your side's beautiful. That's what we've built. You might not like it, but you can go down to the Parkway, you can see that falls. Nobody's charging you to see it. It's a public waterway, and what we have is called economic progression. Niagara Falls, New York would be killing to have what we have right now.
Is there anyone else other than the applicant who'd like to speak to this? Okay, seeing none. Council now hear from the applicant and his or her representative. Please step up and state your name.
Good evening, Your Worship. For the record, my name is Ed Lustig, and I'm a lawyer with the law firm of Broderick & Partners in Niagara Falls, and I'm here representing 1149948 Ontario Limited, who are the owners of the property. The principals of that company are Tony Zappatelli and Fred Varela, who are here today. I'm also joined tonight by Peter Lesdow, who is the architect of the project, and Mr. Lesdow is prepared to do a brief presentation following my comments. We also have a number of consultants here because, as you know, as a consequence of the official plan amendment that you approved in 2009, we were asked to do a number of studies, which we did. And so we have with us today, but they're not going to be making presentations. They're here to assist council if there are any questions. We have Dr. Ronald Williamson, our archaeologist. We have Chris Borgel, who's our heritage architect. We have Dr. Wu, who is our wind microclimate expert. And we have Mr. Brady, who is our planning consultant. Your Worship, at the outset, I wish to advise you that we've reviewed the report of staff before you this evening, and we're in agreement with it, with one exception that I'll mention in a moment. But I also want to say that we're very grateful for the work that your staff has done. Alec mentioned earlier that this was and is a very complex project, and we understand that, and we appreciate the work that Alex's staff did, and of course under the direction ultimately of Ken Todd, who was very helpful as well. So we want to point that out. The one recommendation that we would ask you to amend, actually delete, is recommendation 2A, which is to limit the podium of the south building to the height of 17 meters. And we understand, or we believe, that that recommendation was brought forward, at least in part and probably largely, because of correspondence from Father Stan of the Carmel Center as per a letter that he sent on January the 25th, which is attached to the report. However, subsequent to that letter, last week, in fact, Father Stan met with Mr. Zappatelli and our architect, and he subsequently sent a letter to you of last Friday that you, I guess, recently got, in which he recanted his previous opposition with respect to any aspect of the project. There was in between then a letter that's a little confusing from his consultant, because he went on holidays without consulting Father Stan, and there was a bit of a mix-up in communication. But I'm advised, I wasn't at the meeting, but I'm advised by the architect and the owner that they had this meeting, and that the letter represents Father Stan's thinking, and that he's not opposed to the podium at it's roughly 19.5 meters, I believe, rather than 17. And we note, with respect to the comment relating to Our Lady of Peace and this podium, we were supported in the OPA by Our Lady of Peace. They actually sent a letter to the council. We didn't obtain one for this particular application, but we're unaware of any opposition of Our Lady of Peace. So we feel fairly confident that there is no opposition to this, and we would ask you to amend the report by deleting that particular requirement. No, I'm not finished, but it's with...
Did you want to comment on that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Councillor Carrier?
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Lustig, what would they like the height of that podium to be?
What we would like, the developer, well, it was shown as 19.5. 19.5 meters, and so that's what we would like.
Okay.
But what you need to, if I can suggest to you, all you need to do is delete the recommendation, because the report then would go without. Yeah, okay. We did take up with the planner another item in the recommendation, but he satisfied us with respect to it. We were concerned that there was a issue relating to the Phase 4 archaeological study, because it appeared to pertain to all three of the properties, in spite of the fact that our archaeologists had suggested that there's only two areas that require Phase 4, or Stage 4, but Mr. Hurlovich has assured me that through the process of developing the zoning bylaw that we will do whatever the province requires, and we're quite satisfied with that. So with those comments, everything else in the report we're very pleased with, and we appreciate staff's work and their recommendation. I'm not going to dwell on the past, except to say that, again, this matter was actually determined by this council in June of 2009, so far as the massing, the height, the location of the building. And when we brought the application forward, which was through an official plan amendment, we were very specific, because we wanted to find out before we went through the plethora of reports that we knew were going to be required, that there was certainty with respect to the massing, the height, and the size of the building. And so we brought that application in a very, very specific and a very, very focused way. And we had a supportive recommendation from the planning staff at that time. And what that report said at the time, and I won't quote from it, but it really said that it was justified to have these heights and have this site in return for the saving of Loretto and the lawn and the other amenities that we were creating. And what they said was that this was, in essence, and I'm extrapolating, but it was in essence the appropriate balance between economics on the one hand and conservation on the other hand. And what's interesting to me, Your Worship, is this, that sometimes what is lost perhaps in thinking through the planning process is that in the Planning Act itself, there is a purpose statement at Section 1 of the Planning Act, and that purpose statement says that the purpose of the Act, the whole planning process, number one purpose is to promote sustainable economic development in a healthy, natural environment within the policy and by means provided under this Act. So it's that philosophy, in our judgment, that has driven this project, and it's that philosophy that we applaud the staff of the city has taken under consideration in making this recommendation to the council. And we think it's the right recommendation, obviously. The municipal board actually had to deal with the issue of heights and massing and size, because there was one person who objected when we came here, or after we came here, to the Ontario Municipal Board. We went to the board, we had a hearing, the board dismissed the appeal, the board confirmed the council's decision, and so from our perspective, from a legal point of view, from a process point of view, and even from an ethical point of view, this issue is no longer a live issue. It's been decided. So what we have, Your Worship, and I've heard this word before, in our view is, I would respectfully submit, the win-win situation that takes in consideration this balance between economics on the one hand, the need for sustainable economic development that I know that is really at the top of your list of priorities, and the need to preserve and to protect. And the win-win is such that with respect to the project itself, we're pleased and proud to be able to present what we think will be a world-class project, and will create economic possibilities and opportunities in the city. And not just for us, obviously, which we're motivated by in part, but it'll provide work for people in trades, in professional jobs, in construction jobs, in service jobs, in supply jobs, in hospitality jobs, even in government jobs. And they will be good jobs. And this project is a very, very significant commercial development that is a job creator. And I think that is very, very important. And we're also happy to be able to preserve and protect Loretto, the building and its cultural landscape. And there is a significant cost to do this, which wouldn't have occurred had it not been for this process, because nobody else would have done it. The building, which has significance historically, not architecturally, will be properly protected by the Section 37 arrangements that have been obtained through the planning department's work with the Heritage Committee and with our agreement to, once the first building permit is issued, to submit this to designation. It'll protect the building and it'll protect the landscape. And so we're very happy that we're able to protect Loretto as part of this development, and it wouldn't have otherwise been protected. And when one looks at what we're protecting, and our architect will be speaking to this, when you look at what we're protecting, the most valuable piece of property on this parcel is the most easterly part, the closest to the falls, obviously, because that's where you would ordinarily get the views. And that area, which is 20% of the whole parcel, is not to be built upon. It's going to be protected. So we're doing that, and we're protecting the building, which is a significant cost. We want to do it because it will work well in the project. We probably wouldn't do it except for the fact that we're going through this process, and it is significant. We're thrilled to be able to develop a dazzling design that Peter has put together that's before you, that he'll go through with you, that complies with your design guidelines, more so than any other development that has been put forward of a high-rise nature in the city with respect to building separations, with respect to articulations, and with respect to details. And yes, all of the parking will be on-site, and the green areas will be in the order of 30 to 35% of the site. And well, it would be hyperbole and it would be over the top for me to say that we're thrilled, if approved, to be able to pay the city and the region millions of dollars in additional taxes, development charges, permit fees, and Section 37 payments. But truthfully, Your Worship, this is part of the balance referred to, and it's required through the planning process, and it's both appropriate and it's justified, and my client is prepared to pay those costs. No doubt that money will help greatly with your budgets and your desires to build and operate the city in a way that provides proper services and amenities to your taxpayers, including me, and the visitors, as is your mandate. On the subject of Section 37, we'll negotiate with the city. We want to make sure that the area is correctly calculated. We'll probably have some ideas with respect to schedules of payment, but all that will take place after this, and your staff will, in the end, report to you and tell you what is right to do as far as an agreement is concerned. So, having said that, Your Worship, we would ask you, with the one exception that I mentioned in the recommendations, to please approve the report. And I thank you for your attention. And once Mr. Lasdo is concluded, I'll be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
And just for that, I've got Councillor Ioannoni and Councillor Carrier. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And when you close the meeting, I'd be happy to move the application minus the limit the podium for the south building of a height of 17 meters. And I'm sure, Mr. Lustig, you're shocked that I'm sitting here being so defensive, considering our back and forth when the first application came. But we had a discussion downstairs that we talked about what was a minor variance. To me, that's a minor variance. I mean, to me, that's so minor that to take that out, and you've told us that you're going to limit it at, well, 19.2. To me, there's not a whole lot of change in that application then, so I'd be happy to make that motion when the time comes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carrier?
For the architect, Your Worship, my question will be more appropriately answered by him.
Okay, Councillor Gates?
Actually, I don't think I'll need a question to the architect. First of all, I just want to ask a couple questions under Section 37. The 5% in lieu, is that part of the act, or is that set by council?
It's council's policy.
So it could go up, could go down? At a future date, not necessarily on this project?
Yeah.
Okay.
Council sets it.
All right. I think it was important for Councillor Thompson and even the builders here to talk about a little bit of the history, that how far back this goes as far as the height go. I would like you, after I finish answering my questions, to maybe address Councillor Wing on the fact of moving it back or something like that. I think it would be fair to her to have that response. And I'm always find it very important when you start talking, because this thing's probably not going to get stopped. So the reality is that, to your point, you talked about bringing in jobs, a lot of good jobs. as I found in the convention center when I first got elected here, a lot of those jobs were very good jobs, but unfortunately they didn't go to Niagara residents. They went to workers in Oshawa, they went to workers in Toronto, and other workers. And I would like, because I know the people that own this really do support local workers, certainly is appreciated, but I think on a go-forward basis that whenever you can use local trades, local laborers, local workers, I would like to see a job of this magnitude to do that. Our unemployment rate here in the Niagara region is one of the highest in the country, and among young people and apprentices, it's even in the 20s. So if certainly when you put this together, I certainly would hope that you'd consider using local workers. I certainly would make a big difference to this community. So having said that, that's it. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I think when Mr. Lustig's here, and I think Mr. Lustig was the CAO at the time when the casino was built, and we had clauses in the contract at that particular time that every effort would be made to have local contractors, and all the electricians, all the local contractors were working here for the casino. If you're talking about the convention center, that's a different story. But the casino was, the agreement was local people would be working first. Is that accurate?
That's my recollection. Okay. So I guess our next step, we'll bring the architect forward. Thank you, Mr. Lesdell. Thank you very much, Mr. Lustig. Council, Your Worship. Welcome.
What did I do? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Last time I made a presentation, I was quite thorough in a lot of the things I discussed. Tonight I won't be as thorough because a lot of the issues have been analyzed, have been addressed, and currently there really isn't really any issue that would strongly support anything against this particular development. Now, to give a brief history. What happened when we initially started working on the project is our team and the owners, our office was given specific direction. It was, one was to maintain and restore Loretto. The second one was the landscape that was in front of Loretto, the heritage landscape, was to be maintained. This was a directive right from day one in the development of it. All parking was to be provided on the site. And the final thing was we were to conform within the TAD guidelines when we developed it. And then our office worked on it, and we had developed a scheme that was like this, that's very similar. That was the task. It's very similar to what you see as a more refined development today. This was what was shown at council the last time when we changed the official plan. This was the one that was recommended by your planning department, and this is the same one that went to the OMB and also was supported. Now, within that, the conditions were such that we had to, in development of the rezoning, there were a number of things, analysis that had to have been done. One was the heritage, archaeological, wind, traffic, the tree inventory. Those were all the studies that were to test this concept, let's say, at the time, and see if it would still stay the way it is today. One of the things from the heritage viewpoint, which is one of the things that has been brought up, is what you see from the park and seeing Loretto. Our office, and we had shown this before, and you can see it in historic photographs and pictures, was our office had actually done a study, a view study of taking photographs of different parts of the park and looking at placement of buildings and seeing if any of the building would be obstructed. And from this study we found that the view plane, the way the buildings are currently, is that they're far in excess of anything that you would see from the park. So that important heritage view is and always has been maintained. The next thing is the landscape of the block itself. When one looks at it, all the lands that are running along the front, what's proposed is we've got an area that's 1.6 acres of land. It's 2 football fields long, just to give you some scale. To give you some sense of everything, if we were to take it, it's half the size with the Embassy Suites and what Marriott is currently on, where there's 1,100 units that sit on that site. That's what the developer is giving up. And keep saying, push buildings back and asking for more, understanding that that's the prime piece of land that is facing the falls. With all the push and shoving that's happened with this building, it is something that the developer, from, as I said before, from the very beginning, was something that they wanted to keep and maintain. But there's a balance of development versus what land you keep, and also within this development, if you look at it, it's unreasonable. Like 35% of this site is landscape. And the idea with that, again, was it was a cultural heritage of landscaping. Because of Mount Carmel and the existing site with all the green that existed, we tried to keep that same amount of green. We have green that you can see on the model, and what's happening along Stanley Avenue is maintained. You can see on the east side all the lands that we are maintaining. Like, if you look at all the standards that exist currently today, if you look at your own zoning bylaws, no landscaping is required at all. If you look at the TAD studies, the former one, no landscaping was required. If you look at the current implementation plan, no landscaping is requirement. We have a developer that's come here and said, look, okay, we understand the importance of this site, we understand the heritage nature of the site, we understand the landscape of the site, and we're providing that. To ask for more is, I think, with those kind of statistics, is pretty hard argument to make. Now, within the process, within the heritage process, Chris Bortle was the heritage consultant that was hired, a very respected heritage consultant who reviewed the concept that was developed, understood as an architect the balance, let's say, of building on a site like this with respect to technical aspects that has to do with parking and getting buses in and out, and looked at the site and said, in this instance, it's okay to introduce elements into that landscape, but it's how you do it. And if you can see in this particular case, you see Loretto, the heavy stone building that's there. You see on the sides of it, it's all light transparent glass. It's detailed. There's a definite contrast that exists between the two. There was also one other thing that he had in it, was the historic path that exists along the front of Loretto. And that, unfortunate, this is an older rendering, but you can see where the existing Our Lady of Peace Church is, and you can see the Loretto project, or Loretto building is, that relationship is still viewed as you walk along that path, which was an important aspect of the nature of the site. Now, on the east side of the property, what was proposed and what we had shown before is that all the ad hoc additions and things that were done originally to the building, it's proposed that they're eliminated. And in that process, we would clean the stone, and as you enter the main tower, you would see that existing facade. You can see in the night thing, you can see references or little detail of what it would look like inside at night. So from Stanley Avenue, Loretto still has exposure to the street. It has it on both sides. So again, from that aspect, we feel we've done an excellent job in providing that. Now, with respect to the wind consultant, RWDI, and Dr. Wu is here to answer any questions that you may have. There was a lot of issues with the site to begin with. This particular project went back and forth. You can see our sketches and things on the one corner there. This is the model that's used that's inside the wind tunnel. In this, a lot of mitigative measures were done with landscaping, canopies, windscreen, 50% windscreens that were done in the area, and a lot of the issues that were in the area that were really created by the convention center. The convention center, you think it's low, but it's 6.5 acres. It has a big, huge footprint. It's about 5 stories tall. It's a big mass. When that wind comes and hits it, it wraps around that building, and it causes some adverse wind effects on it. And we knew that right from the beginning, because when they initially did their wind tunnel test, they didn't have the convention center in the model, and relatively things were not that bad. Once that was introduced, then we had a whole crux of problems that we had to deal with. Also, another thing that we had to deal with respect to landscaping is, because of the heritage aspect of the site, we really couldn't do heavy-duty landscaping on the front of the site, which would have helped us in our work to mitigate those measures. Now, with all the things that are said, when you read the report, it's generally positive. Actually, it even states in one thing that conditions are even better in some instances than they are currently. The one issue we had, and we knew about, and we know how to mitigate it, and that's with Our Lady of Peace Church. And there's always been an issue there. This seems, in a winter condition, there is one instance that we will address, and we can address. And if you have any questions of Dr. Wu about it, he's here that he could answer that for you. The next studies that were done was the archaeological study, and this was a concern of ours, of the placement of the buildings. Was there anything, when you dig, what do you find that would impact, if a building could be built or its position of it? And through that whole process, and a lot of time, it was found that there is no issue. The placement of the buildings the way they are, there's nothing restricting them where they're proposed to be set that would prevent them from being where they are. The other one was the tree study. That was also done. There was nothing really in that study that would suggest that the buildings couldn't occur where they are. And a traffic study was done, and there was nothing that was actually negative that would impact this development from moving forward. So the next issue, what we're here tonight, and some of the discussions are these mid-towers. The mid-towers, you can see from the model, were proposed from day one. They're part of a TADS guideline, and what we're proposing is the same. You can see the development. We're proposing the same kind of idea, and there's reasoning for that. Like in this particular design, the distances, as Alec had shown, with what the implementation plan is, which is 25 meters set between towers, we have double it. Between the north tower and the center tower, there's 54 meters. It's double. Between the center tower and the south tower, where that section is, I think it's 38 meters. So it's a significant amount. The only part where we meet the standard is at the mid tower between the center tower and the south tower. So it is within the guidelines. It does meet the standards, but I want to emphasize that it exceeds those standards. The next issue with respect, and the wall comes up, is that the buildings themselves are deliberately, they're not put in a wall, what's always being suggested. They move forward and backward, and they move forward and backward significantly. So the north tower and the center tower is, I think, 135 feet, or I can read it here, how many meters, but you can see the significant movement on the site, the major shifts with it that break down that wall that they wouldn't have. So you have the big distances, you have towers moving back and forth. The other thing is, if you notice the south tower, that the south tower, its short face is actually facing the falls, and the long way is not going that way. So its exposure to that side, again, is made smaller, reducing the wall effect. Now, when we found out, we were not really aware when OPA, that's honestly, we were not aware when OPA 90 was written that the mid-tower was not part of it. And so our office went back and said, hey, look, why don't we just look and see what happens, if we took it out. And it's clear you can see between the two. You have the one that it sort of looks like it's on the right side. It looks like it's sitting on a pancake. You have the one on the left, which it just has a better proportion. And there's a reason for that the original authors of TAD wrote that into their guidelines, is that there's a certain brace or a certain thing that happens architecturally, and that's what people see when they look at a building like that. So our team was put in the position, well, what do we do? Do we, change the official plan, or do we, change the design? Well, we feel the design was better, and that there was no reason to come back to and say, look, this is what we showed you originally. This is a better design, and let's just amend, as your planning department has recommended, to change the OPA. Now, with respect to the Carmelites on the south side, this particular agreement, that happened almost 2 years ago. You can see indications of a stone wall that was there. And what happened with Father Stan was literally, he got this notice, and he thought, hey, what the heck, they're changing things on me, and he admitted to me he was angry. When we had our meeting on Thursday, he didn't understand everything, and we went through a lot of it, and we showed him. We said, hey, look, this is part of your memorandum of understanding. There's the floor plan, there's the building, it shows the podium. If it's a banquet hall, if it's a condominium or hotel, if it's a condominium, there is no issue with the height. When we went and explained it to him and said, look, we showed it less when we initially had it, but when we got more involved into the technical aspects of it with the structure and how deep you have to make the trusses and the spans that you have to do, we needed another 2.5 meters. That's what we needed. We needed this much more. And considering the height of the building already, like from 54 feet, 8 feet, it really doesn't make, as Carolyn has said, it's a very, very minor variance. Then we have color renderings on both. We show the ones as if they're condominiums, without the 5th floor, and then we show them with them. And when you look at the massing, considering the massive size of the development, there really isn't much difference. And Father Stan could see that. And one of the things we went through with with him was that we explained to him and said, look, if you take that one component out, that 8 feet variance that we're talking about, and you say, okay, you got to push another layer of parking underground, it just didn't make any practical sense to do that and rework a podium that really, and with respect to the floor plan, I won't get into details like we did with him, but it really didn't make sense. And he agreed, and he said, no, it makes sense. The other thing that was really, really important, which he didn't know about, was that the south tower was moved back 5 meters from the lot line. Originally we had between 3 to 5 feet, like a meter, what have you. But because of the archaeological work that was done and the Cemeteries Act, it was found that we had to set the building back 5 meters, which is approximately 70 feet. Once he heard that, he was totally comfortable with the project, and that's why you got the letter that you got. One of the things, though, he did ask, he said, when you go to council, he said, Peter, when you go to council, ask them again that historic pathway. It's very important to the Carmelites that pathway, which is, you can see, is not really maintained right now, that be reinstituted. And maybe it was the Section $37, something like that could be done. It is important to them. I think it's important to the client also. Now, one of the things, like in conclusion, the only thing I'm really going to make quickly is that it does meet high-rise planning standards, this development. It does meet heritage aspects that I had just discussed. And also, with respect to the wind, the archaeological study, the tree study, traffic study, there's nothing within those that would recommend this project not going forward. Your own planning staff has recommended it. Aside from that 17 versus 19.5 meters, which we would like to see the 19.5 meters for the practical reasons that I've explained to you. For all those reasons, we would ask that you consider approving this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lesdale. Councilor Morocco.
Your Worship, just a couple of questions. First of all, I think it's very important that we make sure that Our Lady of Peace is very happy with whatever the design, because that is my church. And Father Stan, let's put it this way, has a greater power than we all do. So anyway, I hope that we actually please him, and I think Mrs. Apatow has some difficulties too, because he's in the pew on the other side. So I'm glad that we're going to work with Our Lady of Peace. I see it in some of the photos that there's really a lot of greenery, and then there isn't in the front, which would be the front side. But just to address some of the concerns that people have brought forward about the amount of green space being taken away, and correct me, but right now where Mount Carmel is, the building there, in the back towards Stanley, it's all paved right now anyway, so there's really very little green space in that section. And then on the other side, the front side towards Falls, that's already paved anyway, because I know that's a drive-through, and there's not a lot of green other than pushed on the side. So I guess my question would be, to address some of the concerns of the citizens, is
how much green space are we really losing in this project already, considering there's a good portion of pavement that's already there?
Wow, that's an interesting question because there is
That's why I
a lot of pavement. There is already a lot of pavement, and there is already an 80-some thousand. It's almost 2 acres. Loretto, though that's 3 levels. It would occupy approximately by 3, almost 3/4 of an acre. That's what Loretto occupies just by itself.
So I like the idea that you're going to try and put as much greenery into this project as
Yes.
possible. And I think that's important. I think maintaining the walkways for the Carmelites is also important for this council to maintain as well. It's very historical. So, and again, I still like the open, and I like the fact that it's high and we're not taking a lot of the green space away.
Yes.
It is being preserved. So that's the only comments I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kerrio?
I was just going to ask, is it 1,100 rooms total, Peter? 1,100?
No, it would be, I think, 1,900 total.
1,900 total?
Yeah, total. That's all 3 towers. There's 800 rooms in the center tower. There's, I believe, 600 rooms approximately 600 rooms in the north tower, and the south tower has 400 rooms.
Well, let's do a quick tax calculation.
Yeah, so it's 1,800. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments of council? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lasalle. Mr. Lustig, is there any other presenters?
No, unless you have any other questions, our request is that you approve with the one change. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Well, if there's no other questions or comments of council, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. We'll take a motion of council. Councillor Ioannoni.
I'll move the recommendation absent 2A with the limit of the podium.
Okay, moved by Councillor Ioannoni, second by Councillor Thompson. Yes, Councillor Kerrio?
Just wanted to make a couple of comments, Your Worship. I don't think that we'd find another group that would maintain the heritage of this property. I think it's absolutely spectacular that this group is maintaining the heritage of this property, because anyone else would have torn it down a long time ago. And I think that's fantastic for our community. But this is now our new heritage. And then unfortunately, it's too bad that some people look at it in a different light. I happen to look at this and love the project. I think it's a spectacular project and a great opportunity for the city of Niagara Falls. You know, you can't close your eyes and say, well, are you going to talk about jobs? Yes, I'm going to talk about jobs. I interview young people every week that come to see me about jobs. I wish I had more jobs to offer them that this project is going to offer. You know, people don't realize what the jobs are today that a project like this offers. Junior managers, $40,000 and up. Senior managers, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000. The top people at this project, $100,000 plus. And many, many, many good jobs in between. Opportunities for our young people. Young people are now going to school. They're coming to see us on a daily, weekly basis, that they're now involved in programs. They now want to move to our community because there are jobs. It's unfortunate that we haven't seen a project brought to this council in a long time, anything like this. I think it's a spectacular opportunity. The $4 million in the Section 37, what an opportunity. I think it's a ridiculous amount of money, but that's the way it is. The 1,900 rooms, quick calculation in my mind, is about $7 million a year in taxes to the city and the region and the school board. I'm certainly proud and happy to vote for this project, and I certainly have no regrets for what we've done in the past. I think we're creating a new industry in our community that we can be proud of, that my kids, your kids, other people's children will have a place to come and have good employment in the future, and I'm certainly proud and not ashamed to be part of that whatsoever.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other comments before we call the vote? Councillor Wayne?
Just a note about the greenery that's being lost. That's the grove of mature trees that not only are attractive visually, but also do a lot to mitigate the impact of the wind. And I just remind council that there were 2 peer reviews, and both were negative. I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. And I too, just my comments too, I think it's a very healthy balance of economics and conservation, and I think it's a great opportunity when we can preserve some historical property by partnering up and doing a first-class development, and this is outstanding. It's beautiful architecture, and I know that this group went through a lot of work getting to this point, trying to appease everybody, and I mean, you can never appease everyone, but they sure tried, and we have to give them credit for that. So on that note, we're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? One opposed? Thank you very much. It's approved. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to subject CD 2012-02, Live Adult Business Bylaw, Sam's Montrose Inn at 8675 Montrose Road. We'd ask our city clerk to please... Oh, yes, Councillor Ioannoni?
Is this a public planning, is this a planning item?
We're going to have the clerk address this for you.
No, it's not a planning item.
Okay, then I have a question to the clerk. Before we get into what could be a lengthy debate on this, is there an available license? Because my understanding is there is no available license. So what are we talking about here?
Through your worship, no, there currently isn't an available license, but you may recall that in October of 2011 we had a communication from Mr. Bielich, who's the owner of Sam's Montrose Inn, asking that council consider amendment to the bylaw to allow a fourth license. Council at the time directed that staff get comment from the Police Services Board and other interested parties and work with the applicant, so that's the reason why the report is here tonight.
Councillor?
Okay, so we would have to assume that this council is going to vote to add a fourth license. And then assuming that that happens, which I can't foresee, assuming that happens, we would then have to throw it open to any establishment that wants to bid on this license, not just the applicant that's here today. Would we not?
That meets the bylaw.
Pardon me?
That meets the requirements.
That meets the requirements of the bylaw. So just so that we save ourselves a whole lot of time, this is premature to me. We don't have an available license. You're surmising council will pass it. I can't see that happening. But even if we do, we would then have to throw it out to compete for anybody who could apply. Are we not kind of jumping the gun here? I'm just through you to the clerk, because we're debating something that doesn't exist.
Well, you could have done that in October of 2011 and saved me a report, that's for sure. So, taking council's direction based on the request of the requester in this case, I wouldn't say it's an applicant because there's no license to be had, but council can amend its bylaw, just like it amended its bylaw to reduce the numbers from 4 to 3. You obviously have the authority to increase the number from 3 to 4 if that's your wish. So this report lays out possible pros and cons to doing that. Obviously the decision rests with council, but staff acting on the direction that council provided at the October 24th meeting. Having said that, I wasn't here at that meeting. I don't know if I had been, whether that would have saved this report from coming forward or not. I could have answered the questions at that time, but the council direction was clear. Get comment from the Police Services Board and other interested stakeholders and come back with the report, so that's what we did.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
And that pretty much was my preamble on why we're here today. The recommendation in the report is based on what council's last direction was on this issue, which was to amend the 2009 bylaw. So that's why the recommendation is as it is. Having said that, the report outlines, I think, various pros and cons for the location, for the possibility of amending the bylaw, but with each of those pros and cons, there's definitely counter-arguments arguments one way or the other. I'd like to say that this report wasn't solely written by me. There was obviously input from the planning department, from Mr. Bryce in the planning department, Mr. Beeman in the legal department. And as has been alluded to and is mentioned at the bottom of page 4 of the report, there would have to be an open and transparent process for determining who would be entitled to a fourth license if council was to amend the bylaw. Mr. Radisich is here for the requester and has requested to speak, and I suggest that you listen to Mr. Radisich and then go from there. And I'm willing to answer any questions council might have.
All right, any other questions for the clerk? Seeing none, I'll ask Mr. Radisich to address the council. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and a good late evening to everyone. I was going to start by saying after that wonderful presentation, it's a pretty hard act to follow, but for what it's worth, we're in favor of the development too. Starting off with the situation that I think has been already addressed by Councillor Iannone, what we have is a situation where we're essentially asking council to use its authority to revisit an amendment and make an amendment to the amendment that took place back in 2009. And that situation reminds me of a story of a supposedly a long ago kingdom where after several summary executions, a young crown prince was quite upset and distraught. His mother had to sit him down and say to him, one thing you have to learn is it's a lot easier to say off with his head than to say back on with his head. And council is not in that position, because council can change its mind, because it obviously did in the past, and has that authority to revisit its decision and to reconsider them. The essence of the application is based on the fact that upon reviewing the decision, although I've looked and I've read and I've asked, there doesn't seem to be any actual basis on which the reduction was voted on. There was the expiration for the rescission by financial circumstances of an existing license, and that license, in fact, was in a location that council has made quite clear over the years was not a preferred location. It was a location that was grandfathered, and the council wanted to have eliminated. Now, that took place. The assumption, which I think council may have been entitled to infer, was that it failed because it wasn't economically viable. However, the package of materials that I provided, and I apologize for the lack of tabulation in terms of the tabs being numbered, the second to last tab is a two-page submission by Umberto Varela, who in fact has first-hand knowledge about the circumstances relating to what was known as the SI Lounge. And he indicates that the business itself, during the time that he was operating, was extremely viable, but because of the economic downturn and because of an overextension of his resources. I'm sorry.
Mr. Beeman?
Just making sure that I get to speak after Mr. Radisich is finished.
Okay, you will.
Oh, in fact, I'm prepared to entertain any questions if it's appropriate at the time of the narrative, if Mr. Beeman would like to ask.
Anything right now, or did you want to wait till the session? Okay. All right, thank you.
Now, Mr. Barella indicates that because of his financial entanglements and because of difficulty he had relating to other properties and collateralization of the debt, when there were difficulties with respect to his holdings, these properties were taken into receivership. Now, I don't know all the details, but I'm sure there was quite a convoluted story relating to who took the property over, who tried to refinance, and then who ultimately bought it out. My understanding is that the Portuguese credit union to which you referred became the ultimate owner, and at some point was trying to rent the property out. In fact, had asked him to act in that capacity, but they couldn't arrive at a decision, and then he indicated that he allowed the license to lapse. Now, that again, worked out very well for the city in terms of planning, and there's certainly no argument that in that grandfathered location, the city has always wanted to have that as well as another location on Main Street, in effect eliminated or moved, and that's been clearly indicated both in the Butler report and on very many other occasions when these issues came before council. Now, that would have reduced, obviously, effectively, the number of adult entertainment parlors from 4 to 3. But I'm suggesting that without any further input, without any further information, it's another far step to say, well, that justifies eliminating the 4 which have been here for over 20 years. In fact, according to the Butler report, we'd had 6 adult entertainment parlors about 30 years ago. At the time, 20 years ago, it was down to 4 when they were grandfathered. And then in the subsequent almost 10 years, which makes a total of 30, there were 4 establishments. Given the anomalous situation of the current economic crisis, I don't think that you can reach the conclusion without any further input or without any further analysis that there are no bases for having more than 3 adult entertainment parlors in Niagara Falls. And specifically, as indicated by the clerk, Mr. Iafrida, who again I would also like to thank for having prepared what I think is a fair and balanced report in conjunction with several other people on staff, that in order to reconsider this, he indicates that there should be some input, perhaps some public input, some studies, some analysis, none of which was provided to council at the time that they decided to go from 4 to 3. There was no urgency. There was nobody, as far as I could tell, clamoring at the door to say, this is the opportunity to cancel 4 to 3. It was an opportune time, I think, for council to make a decision. I'm not really sure what the basis was. There are no minutes of the meeting. I don't have any record other than the statement that we should move to have it reduced from 4 to 3. And I think that's important when you look at the recommendation of the report that's before council today that says in order to change that decision, we now need all kinds of input. We need notice. We need studies. But I think that that may in fact even be academic, because in July of the year when the bylaw was changed, with respect to retail development, the council had made a decision that it did not require economic studies or studies of that nature to decide whether or not development was viable. Now, I realize that this is an important and touchy area of the economy, but if council decides that it's not necessary to have those kinds of studies or that kind of input, then it stands to reason that it may not even need that for this reason, in order to reconsider the change to the number of establishments. In other words, what I'm arguing is that what may be good for the goose is probably good for the gander. What's also clear, I think, without taking a lot of council's time, is that the location at which we are proposing that a license might be issued if there is an amendment to increase the number of establishments, that there's no question that it meets all the criteria. In fact, it is probably one of the best locations in the city of Niagara Falls, given the amendments and given the recommendations of the Butler report. It meets the criteria in terms of all the established bases on which the city should look at locating both adult entertainment as well as body rub parlors. And it should also be emphasized that in the eventuality that there is an amendment and the council arrives at a process in which an application can be made, should the applicant be successful, he would of course relinquish the body rub parlor license in exchange for the opportunity to have an adult entertainment license. I think the council should also take into account that for the past 8 years, without any difficulty and without any problems, there has been a body rub parlor operated at this site. And that was after a 2-year probationary period. Again, the report at that time considered whether or not there should be a site-specific amendment so the location could house an adult body rub parlor. There was a consultation with the Butler Group. The Butler Group had provided the bases for the analysis of all the bylaws. I only raise that for 2 reasons. One, the Butler Group reviewed it and confirmed that in every basis and every criteria that they recommended, this specific location was appropriate. Again, what's interesting is, for that first zoning amendment, they brought in a consultant. When it came to an entire elimination of a business, one of the 4, there was no consultation. There wasn't even a request for an input. I think that's significant. And I think that the council certainly has the absolute authority to revisit the decision And given the fact that perhaps nobody made any submissions because at the time nobody was aware of the change or nobody was interested at the time, it's quite easy to see that it would not be difficult for that change to be voted on, notwithstanding the fact that there wasn't really sufficient, in my respectful submission, enough information to make that decision. And again, I emphasize that the record that I've been able to review doesn't indicate any input or any details or any studies or reports that would justify that reduction. The council has, the unenviable job of having to balance various interests. It goes without saying that we're a tourist destination that appeals to a variety of tastes and interests. And the barn door has closed a long time ago on the notion of adult entertainment and entertainment of that nature. The real question is whether or not we can sustain 4 locations in the city. I submit that there's clear evidence that for more than 30 years the city was able to sustain 4. I'm not asking for an increase above that. I'm asking return to what was the status quo. And I'm indicating that based on the evidence that I put before council, there wasn't a basis on which to reduce the number from 4 to 3. It was just an opportune and anomalous situation relating to one particular set of circumstances. As Mr. Varela indicated in his letter, it certainly was a very profitable venture for the one aspect of the receiver's duties to sell the one establishment up on Lundy's Lane. Considerable amount of money. There was a considerable amount of money that was anticipated as a revenue source with respect to the SI Lounge. That only indicates that there's interest and that there is the potential. And those are some of the questions that were being raised in the clerk's report. This type of situation is not a beauty contest. It's not a question of who likes who. But it also should not be, in my respectful submission, an unpopularity contest either. It's not a question of what, but it is a question about who. The Bielich family has been in business for 3 generations. While the industrial base of Niagara Falls has significantly eroded, they've been trying to keep their head above water. And there's a certain irony that we have a letter from E.S. Fox, which is now housed where the Ford glass plant, which was a foundation of industry in the city for decades, used to be. I note that with respect to his letter, the Montrose Hotel and the Bielich family were there decades before he moved there. I also note that the bylaw was changed well before he got there, and there was no complaint or interest from him in particular when the body rub parlor was allowed for a probationary period, and when that probationary period expired and the bylaw was ratified to permit the ongoing use. I should also point out that in terms of issues relating to whether or not this kind of an operation can be governed or it can be controlled, I refer again to the period of probation, the fact that we have an 8-year total history at this point, and also the fact that the Bielich family is a family business. They've been connected to this community. They've been involved in this community. They've participated in many charitable endeavors and contributed, starting with patriarch Uncle Joe, who was always a stalwart supporter of the St. George Church on Montrose. We all know that that's probably the single biggest ethnic heritage weekend that this city sees every year, with all due respect to my Italian friends here in the city of Niagara Falls. I think that the situation before council was probably best encapsulated by an anecdote relating to J.M. Keynes, the famous economist, who was apparently criticized at one point for having changed his opinion. He in turn said, "When the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do?" If there's any questions, I'll entertain them at this time.
Any questions or comments of council? Okay. And Mr. Beeman, you wanted to speak?
I was thinking with strategy.
Okay, I think he is finished.
I
would urge council, whatever decision you make, to put as little weight on the letter from Mr. fellow's name? Varela, as possible. Mr. Varela is involved in extensive litigation involving the previous premises and there has been, shall we say, the judges have found it sometimes a challenge to agree with his version of the facts, actually on many occasions, and there have been a number of, the Portuguese credit union, which was alluded to, has actually gone down, there's charges everywhere, that's a mess. Mr. Varela is alleged to be involved in that problem as well. But the main thing is that the facts surrounding the receivership are highly disputed and were viciously fought, and I really would urge council to take what Mr. Varela has to say with a grain of salt, because I really feel that, and I haven't seen this letter, so I can't, and if you are intending to put any credibility to that letter, I would ask you to let me research those facts and check them against the record of the receivership, which will take a while because the thing's this big, to see if there's credence to what he has to say. Certainly throughout the receivership proceedings, what he was saying was regularly challenged, and the judges very regularly concluded that his recollection of events was not what they thought the events were.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ioannoni?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, I will make a motion to move staff's recommendation that it is not in the best public interest to amend the live adult admissive bylaw, and I'd like it a recorded vote, please.
We have a motion by Councillor Ioannoni. Do we have a second? Okay, seconded by Councillor Wing. Any discussion to the motion? Councillor Wing?
Well, yeah, just to touch on some of the highlights of the staff report. An amendment to the bylaw should only take place if the council is satisfied it would be in the public interest, and there may be others in the community that have an interest in the license if the fourth one was available. And I think also very importantly, it was pointed out that if council was to amend the bylaw to increase the number to 4, the owner would still have some planning issues to resolve, which could result in someone else making an application. So even if they made their planning application successfully, it could still be appealed, and in the interim, someone else could step in. So this is not a matter of trying to help the Beeliches versus not trying to help the Beeliches. This is a generic question of how many of these licenses is it in the interest of the community to have. And I thought some very interesting statistics were on the fourth page of the report, where Windsor, which is another border community, and Toronto, which is also another tourist community, were compared to us, and Windsor has a ratio of 1 per 33,000 population. Toronto has a ratio of 1 per 120,000 population, and we presently have 1 per 27,000. So we already have a higher incidence of these than comparable municipalities. Also, staff warn us that the current interested party is not the only interested party, and there should be an open and transparent process to determine who'll be entitled to a fourth license if we should make one available. But I think if you even just looking at one thing alone, the ratio in Windsor and Toronto and what it is here, we seem to have quite a number already, and the numerous letters we've been receiving from members of the public encouraging us not to increase the number, I think also is stands us in very good stead in making the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Any other, Councillor Terrio and Pietrangelo?
Well, Your Worship, it's obvious that we're all struggling with this a bit, but just a few minutes ago, we voted to add 1,900 more hotel rooms to our community. I'm sure if you ask any of the hoteliers in town if any of those rooms help the current trend in their business, I'm not sure that you get too many to agree with you, but we almost unanimously voted to support 1,900 more rooms in our town. I got a bit of an issue hanging my hat on the economic value on whether or not there should be 3 or 4. I got a problem with that because we don't do it in a lot of the other applications that come before us. I'm more concerned about putting the clubs where we think they should be, and we've already addressed that. I'd also like to see less body rub parlors. I guess the other question I had was if he relinquishes this license for the body rub, could we eliminate that? Or would that have to go back in the pool?
Get the clerk to answer that.
Well, just to provide context on the body rub parlors, when the Butler report, which was the basis for the 2002 bylaw, the live adult businesses bylaw at that time, it recommended 5 body rub parlors. There were 3 legal non-conforming parlors in the community, so there were 2 available licenses in industrial zones. The only application that ever took place for one of those licenses was by Mr. Bielich for Sam's Montrose in 2004, so he possessed the 4th license. The 5th license was never applied for, and that was council's rationale to amend the bylaw to reduce the number of body rub parlors from 5 to 4, and that amendment took place after the amendment on the adult entertainment parlors, the dance clubs, strip joints, however you want to call them. Now, you could make the argument on the body rub parlor, there was clear rationale in the sense that you had an available 5th license that was not even applied for from 2002 to 2010. So I guess your question is more specifically, could council reduce the body rub parlors from 4 to 3 if everything fell into place where Mr. Bielich relinquished his body rub parlor? Of course you could do that. It's similar to this request today. Council has that authority. There's no magic in the numbers.
I'm good? Okay. Councilor Pietrangelo, and then Maves.
Thanks, Your Worship. I guess further to Mr. Arafita's comments, when the issue of body rub parlors were first licensed by the province, and I'm sure some of the councillors around the table will remember this, the council of the day passed a bylaw that said that we were going to license 0. We weren't going to let them into our community. And the province didn't accept our bylaw, and they made us come back with a bylaw that had a reasonable amount. Subsequent to that, we ended up passing a bylaw that allowed for 5 body rub parlors. As Mr. Arafita said, we only ever used 4 licenses, so we amended that bylaw and we now allow 4. And I guess what it comes down to, and I spoke to Mr. Radisich earlier today about it, is the fact of what is reasonable. And there really isn't any prescription for that. There's no actual formula for what is reasonable. And I think given the fact that, since there was an opening in the body rub parlor, and council reduced the numbers from 5 to 4, we felt it was appropriate to do the same with the adult entertainment industry when there was an opening in that one. Would I be willing to sort of add another license to the number of adult entertainment parlor bylaws that we have right now? No, I wouldn't, Your Worship. So I'll leave my comments at that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, yes, Mr. Arafita?
Just to be clear on chronology, you amended the live adult businesses bylaw to reduce the number of strip joints before you did body rub parlors. So the amendment on the strip joints, I'm sorry to use that euphemism, but that took place in 2009. The amendment to the body rub parlors took place in 2010.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maves?
Your Worship, through to you to Mr. Radisich. You did have an adult entertainment license at one time, and what was the reason that was given up? What happened?
I don't actually have information relating to that because it's sort of tucked away in the midst of time. I mean, this is a considerable, I think it was one of the first ones that was in the area, and without being able to exactly answer your question, I know that through the history of Niagara Falls, there's been probably a good half dozen places at any given time, whether it was the Bridge Street Inn, the Klondike, the King Edward.
Well, I guess it was stated there was 6 here at one time.
Well, there was even more, I think. If you went through the list, I think the Elliott Tavern, which is now Grand Central, had adult entertainment, and that was, I guess you could call it maybe the Wild West era when places could open and closed. The parking lot right next to the City Hall had I think the King Edward until it burned down. So, I mean, there's been a variety of places, and I think depending on ownership and depending on attitude of the respective owners, there were changes. And that, I think, highlights the point that I'm trying to get at, is that since council has decided, certainly with the retail, that it shouldn't be making decisions about what works and doesn't work, that it really, in effect, doesn't cost council anything for somebody to try to be an entrepreneur, to try to make something work. So, back to your point, could have been all kinds of considerations, maybe a change of ownership, maybe a change in family circumstances, and they went in a different direction. Things have changed up Montrose Road considerably. It could have been during the heyday of the Fort Glass plant and a lot of other businesses, and maybe it was a different market at that time.
Any idea how many more people might be employed if this license were granted?
That's difficult to say, because really those kinds of calculations and considerations haven't been made, because frankly, unless we're going to get some movement forward, we can't really spend the time and the money to pursue a license that doesn't exist. I mean, to the point of Councillor Ionanni, she's right, but I think there's a debate about what's the cart and what's the horse. I think we need to look to council if they will consider the amendment so that we in fact have a license that can be applied for. But the other issue is that clearly there's at least, as far as I can tell from my internet research, there's over 2,000 licensed performers. I think there's an issue about competition. The public interest is not necessarily defined purely in terms of how people feel about these businesses. It's also about whether or not there in fact is some choice and opportunity. And I think that we have in the city of Niagara Falls a virtual monopoly, especially when we take into account Fort Erie and Thorold, which is fine. There's nothing illegal about that. But as far as the general public interest, if we're going to allow these establishments, I think we have to have some competition. And I think competition and choice is generally agreed upon.
Yeah, obviously, I'm looking at this, I think the location is a positive, that's for sure, because I think we're trying to get some of these into different locations if we possibly can, in the outskirts or in the other areas of town. As far as the body rub, perhaps the clerk can answer that. I'm having a bit of a problem in that I don't see much of a difference between the body rub and an adult. Is there? I can understand the difference, but then I want to understand this table dancing business and what I'm having a problem with.
Would you like to go with this?
No, thank you. Perhaps the clerk can help us out on that.
Help explain the difference. Mr. Delich should have brought a model for us. I think, to put it easily, and I think it's alluded to in the letter from E.S. Fox, with a strip joint, you're going to have a maybe more obvious presence as to the business. With a body rub parlor, I think it's a little more discreet. Now, I don't know how explicit you want me to get into details on what may or may not go on in those establishments. I think people are adults, they have a general sense of what goes on there. But, to me, that's basically the difference, is that, in the one, you're maybe attracting more people at a certain time. Obviously, for a strip joint, you want numbers of people there. A body rub parlor probably caters to a handful of individuals at any given time. I don't know why I used the word handful, but that's beside the point. Also, I think it's reported in the report, we at the city are in charge of the administration, licensing, and enforcement related to the body rub parlors, and we have an agreement with the Police Services Board regarding the strip joints, and that goes back a number of years. That agreement with the Police Services Board was in 1996 when there had been an issue at the clubs related to underage dancers, and an agreement had been entered into with the Police Services Board. Subsequent councils have asked us to investigate that possibility with the Police Services Board regarding body rub parlors, but changes to the Municipal Act don't allow us to do that. So enforcement of body rubs is strictly on our shoulders. Having said that, the operators in this community are very diligent at being licensed, at making sure they don't run afoul with our bylaw, the minute that, they get their girls licensed immediately, they're very good at renewing their licenses, and we've never had any issues. We've had issues with illegal body rub parlors in the past, but with the licensing of the 4 legal ones in the community, I think that's driven the illegal ones out of business, and also through cooperation with other law enforcement services in the community.
I think I'm having a problem too in the fact that they did have a license at one time, and as I say, the location is good, and I'm wondering if there isn't some sort of a grandfathering in on these, or as I understand that possibly at the old Stevens, or what do they call that other place on Ferry Street?
Well, the council in 2002 passed a bylaw which grandfathered the 4 that were existing at that point in time. So, the ones that may have operated the Pussy Willow Inn, the King Edward, they didn't incur any grandfathered status because they weren't operating anymore.
Thank you.
Dean knows about it. Yeah, sure does. Councilor Ioannoni.
Thank you, and just for Councilor May's information, we are the only municipality that was able to successfully link strip clubs and prostitution to the OMB on a land use and planning standpoint. And we won that case when they tried to open a strip club on Bridge Street. And to move that ahead, you work to E.S. Fox's letter. If Warren Woods was developed right now, as they are starting to do, this chamber would be packed. They're building a family neighborhood adjacent to an industrial subdivision, and I know that's where we approved it, but this chamber would be packed. It would be an entirely different story. So again, my motion stands.
Okay, Mr. Arfida?
Yeah, the Warren Woods issue I think is a bit of a red herring. If you actually measure the distance between Warren Woods and Sam's Montrose, it's quite a distance. I drove it the other day, and the fact of the matter is you've got 3 legal non-conforming, well, you've got more than that. You've got 2 strip joints up on Lundy's Lane. You have 3 body rub parlors up on Lundy's Lane, and their presence didn't prevent the development of subdivisions right adjacent to their backyards.
Councilor Morocco.
Your Worship, I do recall too that, as Councilor May indicated, that it was a perfect location, and that's where we were actually always trying to push them out, push them away from the city limits if we possibly could. I guess I'm just finding out that in 2009 that the council today actually was trying to eliminate, and the fact that that 4th one ceased to exist, no one was able to bid on that. Is that right, Dean? Because it was just, it's dead. They didn't want to put that back out there for anyone to pick up that license? Sorry, I'm just looking.
Yeah, no, fair question. What happens is at the beginning of any calendar year, the existing licensees have to renew their license. There's a bit of a grace period in the live adult businesses license. Basically gives about an extra 8-week window. It became known to us, like I said, the police services does the licensing of the strip joints through their agreement with us. They indicated that there hadn't been an application done for the SI Lounge, the old Concord on Ferry Street, and as per our bylaw, that license no longer was available. The council of the day was advised of this. I prepared an in-camera report back in August of 2009, just basically alerting council to the fact that, this is what had happened, and I think there might have been some possible legal issues at that time that Mr. Beeman would have commented on. So basically, there was technically a license available from probably early 2009 till council amended the bylaw in the middle of November 2009. Having said that, did we advertise the fact that there was a license available? No, of course not.
Okay, now just one more question too, Dean. So they have a body rub parlor, which is different, and excuse me for my ignorance to this, but I just know that they have strip clubs like the Sundowner and out there, and they're quite well attended and quite popular, and I'm glad that they are out that way. And to that point about residential, there is quite a large development, and those buildings have been there for a long time. I'm not here to support it, but I'm here just to try and figure out how we can maybe try and help Mr. Village in his proposal bringing forward. So if he gives up the body rub, would we then actually put that out for someone else to pick up that body rub parlor somewhere else, or it's going to cease to exist?
Well, you can have both. The live adult businesses bylaw does not allow you to have both, other than there are the grandfathering situations. So, for example, Seductions on Lundy's Lane does have both, but that was because it was recognized when the bylaw was passed in 2002. So what would happen is that there would technically be a license available. And the one thing to bear in mind is that when council passed the bylaw in 2002, it changed the permitted area where these establishments could be established to an industrial area. And I think what's created when you've got three legal non-conforming uses at the end of Lundy's Lane for body rub parlors, I mean, that's where the action is, to put it mildly. So there's never been, the desire, other than Mr. Belich coming forward in 2004, to get a body rub parlor license in an industrial area of the city. Probably there just isn't the economic demand for it in those areas based on the three legal non-conforming body rub parlors.
So, through you to the mayor, to the clerk, so then is there an opportunity to have a one-year trial period with this, or is that once it's granted a license, the license is there, there's no trial basis to see if it works and whether it's okay, but it is policed, right? So it's not up to us to, so it's not like we have council going out there to check it, or staff.
No, staff goes out to the body rub parlors, especially at the beginning of the year, to ensure that all of the staff is licensed. We do spot checks on that for the body rub parlors. I can tell you that the Police Services Board is very diligent in their enforcement at the strip joints. They go there on a weekly basis to ensure that all the girls there are licensed, or guys, depending on the situation, and all the operators are licensed. So it's a very heavily regulated industry in that sense.
So the strip clubs are more strict than the body rub?
I wouldn't say they're more strict. I would say that the police obviously have more resources. Obviously, they have staff that go in there during the business hours of those establishments. From our point of view, with regard to body rub parlors, we've never had any complaints about any of the legal body rub parlors in this community. And we may get the occasional call from someone saying, I think there's someone working there who's unlicensed, and that's when we go out to check. But we also check regularly at various intervals during the year to make sure everybody's licensed. But as I stated a little bit earlier, those people that own those establishments do not want to run afoul with our bylaw, and they are very diligent. I mean, it's not like a cottage rental dwelling where the people ask for forgiveness later. Those people come in and get their licenses right away because they don't want to run afoul with our bylaws.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from council? Okay, well, just before we call the vote too, then I'll make my comments as well. I would have been more inclined to the moving of a license, like moving mints from Main Street area out to there, rather than creating a new license. And my other concern is I did meet with ES Fox as well as our CAO not long ago on another matter. And he's investing significant money into our heritage with the battlefield lands. And he was very clear that he's only in Niagara Falls because he wants to be here. He doesn't need to be here. He says it would make more sense for his business to be in Mississauga, but he's here because he was originally from the Niagara region, and that's why he's here. And I think that, and he's talking about developing employment opportunities with ES Fox, and I think his comments and concerns, along with his corporate partners, carry some weight for me. So that'll be what also influences my decision. I just wanted to add my comments to everyone else's. So we've been asked for a recorded vote, and if there's no other comments, then I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Yep, just to remind council, moved by Councilor Ioannoni, seconded by Councilor Wing, which is basically the recommendation in the report, that based on bylaw 2009-179, it is not in the public interest to amend the live adult businesses bylaw to warrant an increase in adult entertainment parlors. Councilor Wing? Yeah, so by saying you're in favor, you're supporting the recommendation. Yep. Councilor Thompson declared a conflict. Councilor Ioannoni?
In favor.
Councilor Morocco?
In favor.
Councilor Maves?
Opposed.
Councilor Carrio?
Opposed.
In favor.
Thank you. Councilor Pietrangelo? Mayor Diodati?
For.
Okay, so the recommendation that it's not in the public interest to amend the live adult business bylaw passes.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, we move on to the mayor's remarks. First off, sad news, obituary, Miss Florence Hazel Varley passed away, the mother of Brian Varley, who works in the city as a bus operator, and as well, our condolences go out to all the families of the people that were hurt or killed in the via derailment just the other night on Sunday. Recent events, we're very happy to acknowledge the fact that the Niagara Parks Commission did agree to unanimously allow Nick Walenda to walk across the falls. That'll take place at some point this year, but we're very happy to see that happen. Also want to acknowledge Family Day. Recently we had free skating at the Gale Center. We understand we had record attendance as families were able to get together and have some fun and some good family fun, happy to say. Also, the Mayor's Blood Donor Clinic took place yesterday, and we filmed our latest episode of Getting Chatty with Mayor Diodati. We're happy to say that we had 28 new blood donors, the best amount of new blood donors in the last 4 years. They've had declining donations for some reason, and Bill Matson, our deputy clerk, was instrumental in helping to organize this, and we congratulate Bill for his efforts and encouragement to convince me to go out there and help promote the event. Bless you. And again, very pleased with the turnout. For anyone that would like to donate blood or find out more about where you can in the city, we have 2 clinics each month, 2 at St. Andrews and 2 at the Optimist. For specific details, you can go on the city's website, niagarafalls.ca, you can go to blood.ca, or you can call 1-888-2-DONATE for information. Looking ahead, the Clarkson Cup, which is known as the Stanley Cup of Women's Hockey, will be taking place this coming March. For tickets, you could go to Power Play Sports on Stanley. It's a very, very big event. They're expecting record attendance for this event. As well, TSN will be here filming the championship. We're very happy that Michael Agrette brought the event to the city, and we wish the ladies well, and make sure you get your tickets in advance to watch these great games. We're happy that we'll be welcoming Festivals and Events of Ontario. Their annual conference will be taking place in March here at the Sheraton on the Falls, which will be great for our local economy, and as well to spread the good news about Niagara Falls to all the different events and planners around the province. The Mayor's State of the City will be taking place on Monday, March the 26th. We encourage all members of council and senior staff, if you haven't already, quickly buy your tickets before the event sells out, and you'll have to buy scalper tickets out front. The event will take, what's with all the laughter? I can dream. The event will take place at the Marriott Gateway. It's being put on by the Chamber of Commerce, and again, the date is Monday, March the 26th. It'll be a lunch event for the State of the City. Also a reminder that Earth Hour takes place at Saturday, March 31st from 8:30 p.m. till 9:30 p.m. That's your time to turn the lights off and lay low, hang out with the kids, and sit by candlelight for an hour to help save the planet. Also, we'd like to draw attention, Councillor Carrio's beautiful daughter, Miss Club Italia, Carly Carrio. She has a big fundraiser taking place Tuesday, March the 6th at Club Italia. It's called the first annual Bigga Meatball Contest, which is going to take place at Club Italia again Tuesday, March the 6th. It'll be 5:30 p.m. Tickets are $20 each, and the proceeds go to benefit the Niagara Community Outreach, who of course feed people with warm meals when they are in a sad situation they can't feed themselves. So we have extra of these. We're going to pass these around. All the council have received them and pass them around for all the senior staff and the media. So hopefully everybody can come out and support that event at Club Italia. Final remarks here. Just remind everybody we need some more snow buddies. I know it hasn't snowed much this year, but you know it's due to come at some point. If you'd like to become a volunteer, a snow buddy volunteer, just go on the City of Niagara Falls website, niagarafalls.ca. You can sign up. There's a lot of seniors and shut-ins that need their walkways and their stairs shoveled so they can get to their vehicle or get to the transit, and we're looking for more volunteers. Again, go to the city's website, niagarafalls.ca. Reminder, spring break is coming up in March. We encourage everyone to plan a staycation. Stay here in Niagara. There's lots to see and do. People are coming from all over the province. There's so much for you to, if you actually look at the list of what there is to do in Niagara Falls, I'm sure there's a lot of things you can take your kids and your family to do. And lastly, would encourage anyone that wants to know what's going on in the city for the latest, greatest announcements, follow me on Twitter, @Jim Diodati, for the latest updates from the Mayor's office. And that concludes the Mayor's announcements, the most exciting part, according to Councillor Thompson. All right, moving on. We now... That's right. Communications and comments of the City Clerk. Move 1 and 2. Number 1, Epilepsy Niagara, requesting March be proclaimed Epilepsy Awareness by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. And secondly, Fresh Air Fund, where we proclaim Fresh Air Fund Day, March the 20th, for children from New York.
And our culture.
Okay, Councillor, would you like to move the third one as well? Okay, all right, well, why don't we do the first two? Yeah. The first two recommendations, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Item 3, Arts and Culture, requesting council fill the committee vacancies with recommended candidates. Councillor Wing?
Yes, when we first did the appointments for this term of council, staff were recommending we combine this committee with the Recreation Committee, and I know there was opposition to that, and they weren't really good fits anyhow, but we also have a Museum Advisory Committee, and its mandate is very similar to this one. You know, they're both dealing with cultural concerns, and you know, our museum isn't really a natural history museum, it's a cultural history museum. You know, this committee obviously is having problems retaining individuals on it, and I just see the opportunity for lots of synergies if we were to bring the two committees together and just move the remaining people over, combine them with that, and have an arts, culture, and museum advisory committee. To me, that would make a lot more sense. And we're trying to find savings here at budget times. It would save staff time, you know, if nothing else, and that has a value to it as well. So to me, it just seems natural. Staff already recommended something similar, and I think it would be a good move. I don't know whether staff wants to bring back a report on it. Maybe that's the better way to go. But I'll move staff prepare a report on the feasibility of amalgamating the Arts and Culture and Museum Advisory Committees.
Okay, there's a motion by Councillor Wing that staff come back with a report on the feasibility of merging the Arts and Culture Committee and the Museum Committee. Is there a seconder to the motion? Is there a seconder to Councillor Wing's motion? Okay, last call for a seconder. Oh, you seconding, Councillor?
No, I would, I think if we were going to handle that, I'd like to handle it in a different way, to suggest the idea back to both committees and have input from them to this group, rather than us doing it independently.
Okay.
I'll change my motion to...
What you just said? Okay. Councillor.
It was suggested to both committees, and they said no at the beginning of term, so I don't see it going any further. Especially the Museum Advisory Board, they especially wanted, in their fundraising efforts, they felt at this time at least that it was appropriate that they be different from the Arts and Culture Committee. I think maybe we could revisit the issue, Councillor Wing, at the beginning of next term or in anticipation of the beginning of next term. It would be my recommendation, and Kathy's nodding with me, that we just go status quo till the end of this term and investigate that for the, whatever it is, 2014.
Be here before you know it. Okay, so do we want to, so for the duration of this term then, just go with the recommendation of the Arts and Culture Committee for their appointments and look at a review and a possible merger once the museum's open and next term comes forward?
I'm not over that.
Okay.
That's the question.
They have to fill vacancies, I'll make a motion.
Okay, there's a motion by Councillor Maves to follow through on the recommendation from Arts and Culture, second by Councillor Ioannoni. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, one opposed, thank you. Item 4, Phoenix Avenue residents, for and against sidewalk plowing. I did speak with the gentleman that was originally opposed to having a sidewalk done, and he said he'd love to, Mr. Lundy, he said that he would love to have this sent back to our staff in Municipal Works and find out what other solutions there are. He said it was frustrating. He said he thought that the plows are too big for the sidewalk, and he's questioning what's gone on, but at the same time I explained to him about the other end of Phoenix, the other residents that had called in and requested it, so he said he'd be satisfied if we sent this to our municipal staff for some feedback. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I talked with Mr. Lundy a couple of times, and it is extremely frustrating every year to have the 5-foot plow go on a 4-foot sidewalk. Obviously, it just furrows over all of the sidewalks, and that's one problem. Certainly the seniors like their sidewalks plowed, and other people do too, but they don't like the mess that goes along with it as a result of the plows being too big for the sidewalk. I have a family member in Chippewa. Every time they've requested no plowing. It's a 4-foot sidewalk, the plow, and it just furrows. And that's not the problem. The problem is in the spring, they wait for the city to come back and repair it, and maybe in September you might be lucky enough to get somebody out there to do it. In fact, that's when they did out in the area where I am, which were dug up, in spite of the fact we have the markers all around. They get knocked off and the sod gets dug up. So I think the answer is to refer it to staff. If we're going to plow, which has been requested by seniors, which is appropriate, we have to either find out how we adjust them, and one of the ways was that they tried in Chippewa was to lower the sod down in these areas just below the sidewalk, so it went over top of them rather than the sod being up like that and plows it all up. The other thing is, if you're going to provide a service, let's provide a service, and as soon as the weather breaks in the spring, have sufficient forces out there to repair it, rather than going through the whole summer, or what most people do, including myself, just have somebody come in or repair it yourself. So referring it to staff, I think we've identified all of the concerns. Size of the plow, the furrowing, everybody wants their sidewalk plowed, but there's got to be better solutions, better reaction to the damage that's done, and maybe they can come back to staff with some solutions, and I would so move.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Janice Swing, that we refer this to staff for some solutions. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Super, thank you. Item number 5, requesting city name Thoroldstone Road extension. Is there any thoughts from the council on this? We got Councillor Thompson and Maves.
Well, we've moved along with this recommendation for quite some time, but certainly the name of Pete Mancuso, anybody in this community who knows the Mancuso family and Pete specifically. Anytime you walked into any of the arenas, whether it was Niagara Falls, in Chippewa, certainly was there all the time, in the Gale Center, involved in every aspect of sports. I have to say that there isn't another person that I can think of who dedicated their life to minor sports, to children, to arenas specifically, and regardless of what we do with this, I think we've missed the boat here as far as recognizing Mr. Mancuso. He is, without exception, one of the premier volunteers in this community, and we've missed out on not recognizing him, and I don't know what's going to happen with the vote, but regardless, I suggest that we refer his name to a committee, not to come back in 2 or 3 years, but to come back with some meaningful recognition for him. I think it's appropriate with the Gale Center, with all the time he put in with hockey, but I think we've moved along with that at this point. But I'd like to come back very quickly and make sure we recognize Pete for his total dedication to this community. Even when he was not feeling well, there he was sitting in the arena and helping out and doing what he's done all of his life, volunteer his time and help other people. So great guy, and I have an association with him that goes back, I think when I was 9 years old. I used to deliver the paper to the family home. So, and I've seen him all my life since then in every recreational outlet that we have. So I would suggest we do something quickly about that to recognize him. Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion to refer the name to staff to come up with some appropriate naming opportunity in the city. Is that right? Recognition, okay. All right, that's been moved. Some discussions. Councillor Mays.
Yeah, Your Worship, also, when I was a young man, Pete Mancuso was my coach at the Greater Niagara Baseball Association. I hate to say what year it was, but anyway, the other thing is too, Pete was not only a fixture at the arenas, he was also, if you can remember back to the old days of Hopes and Fords, the good ball teams and that, he was an excellent ball player, along with his brother Carm, and I think his brother Joe might have played some too. A great sports family for years and years. It is unfortunate too that we've already made a motion that we go for the Terry Fox way, but I think we should do, along with Pete, there's a lot of other famous people in the city that I think some of our subdividers and that probably should keep that in mind when they're naming their streets, and maybe in recognition of people who have been famous for our city. So I think maybe if we can add that to the motion, then we should try and make sure that we incorporate people along the lines of Pete to do that. As far as the Terry Fox way is concerned, which is mentioned in this letter, I think to some degree, I've had some second thoughts about that as well, in that we've got enough streets where we go from Portage Road to Main Street to Portage Road again, and we got Lundy's Lane that turns into Ferry Street that turns into Victoria Avenue. I don't think I want Thurlstone Road to turn into Terry Fox Way and then become something else again. So I think to some degree we should probably rethink that. But anyway, that's just another thought I had on that same vein. But I do think that as far as Mr. Mancuso is concerned, perhaps that little street that is going to go into the arena could be, I think there was some mention that there is a little section going in there. I think that would be very appropriate for Pete. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have some other comments? Councillor Wayne?
Yes, I think Councillor Mays was referring to the internal road that's expected to be available for naming later. Also, we do have the street name list that Councillor Mays referred to. Definitely his name and other similar people who've devoted a lot of time to the community should go on there. There's also, I think, the possibility of a park, and this seems to me something where staff should be working with the Mancuso family, like they did with the Hendershot family when the trail was named. And Pat Cummings Park staff work with the family there, so I think that would be very appropriate. And I was not here when council originally approved, passed the motion about Terry Fox Way. That was the day my mother died, so I wasn't here that night. But I would have voted against that because, as Councillor Mays alluded to, we're trying to ease the wayfinding for visitors to our community, and we just changed the name over the objections of the residents of Robert Street. We just changed it to Falls Avenue and forced that name down their throats because we wanted it to be easier for our visitors to find their way around. So in here we're going the exact opposite way with a facility to which visitors from outside our city are going to be coming. Like people coming for tournaments and that sort of thing. So to me, it just makes no sense to call the extension of Sorrelstone Road anything other than Sorrelstone Road.
Okay, we've got the clerk would like to comment.
Yeah, just to be clear, you haven't changed the name of anything. It's Regional Road, it's ultimately up to the region. I'd remind you that it only took 10 years to get the name change on Robert Street, so who knows whether the region will even agree to Terry Fox Way, but it's ultimately in the hands of the region. And although you're correct, Councillor Wing, that when the idea was first broached, you were away, we did bring council a formal resolution as per the regional policy, which we learned only recently through the Robert Street example at your last council meeting, and it was unanimously approved.
Okay, so first of all, we have a motion to send the name Pete Mancuso to the staff along with other notables from our community. Is that right?
I'm concentrating on Mr. Mancuso and to work directly with the family and to do it as quickly as possible.
Okay. Now there could be, I know it was suggested, someone brought it forward to me that, there's a lot of notables in the community we should, like Jay Triano, and then said the list went on and on.
We refer those to the staff, but I think this will need priority.
Do you want to give this one to staff? Okay. Okay, so we've got a motion. Any other, yeah, Councilor Morocco? Okay, so everyone knows the motion? We're going to refer the name Pete Mancuso to staff to come up with some appropriate recognition in the community. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. And any additional items we ask the clerk?
Your Worship, I did receive an email this evening actually after, so I didn't have time to produce it, but there's been a request on one of the consented items, the one related to Parkside Road, from the girls soccer club asking that the matter be deferred. They just learned of the matter, and they're looking at some parking provisions, I guess, that may change things, so they ask that council consider deferring that report, which is on your consent agenda.
Okay, so we got a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Iannoni to defer it. Okay, we've got reports here.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
What's that? Yeah, we're not there yet, so we'll get to it when we get to it. So now we're going to get to well, let's take the vote on that anyway. You called it for the deferral. All those in favor? Okay, so that's deferred. Now we're going to budget. We're going to ask... what's that? No.
It's 11 o'clock. We're going to start a budget discussion at 11 o'clock. This is crazy. We're tired. And you know what? We've had this discussion when we've had budget discussions at 11 and 12 o'clock at night. We said we were not going to do it again. So I'd like to move the budget discussion to the beginning of the next council meeting.
No, just before we go there, I just want to, because the next meeting's not for a month. It's a month off, so we just want to think of it as March 27th is the next one.
Okay, then call a meeting and we'll come in and just do the budget.
Okay, well, let's just have a bit of discussion about Councillor Gates.
It's too late.
No, to their point, I mean, the budget it's been drawn out long enough. maybe the rest of the council would consider having a day, whether it be on a weekday or a weekday on the weekend, and let's kind of meet on the budget, because they seem to go on forever, but I think the reality is that maybe we can get them done a little quicker. We're only meeting, I think, what's the date today, the 27th, 28th, and our next one's a month away. Why couldn't we have a meeting next week, and, if Kojo's not available, so what? I think we need to get this done, so.
Councilor Pietrangelo? March break. The Sunday of March break will do it. Councilor Pietrangelo? No, I don't.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I mean, that was going to be my opening comment when I went up there, is that it's 11 o'clock already. It is difficult when we sit here for already 6 hours, and then we just finally get into budget, and I understand that it's got to get done. So probably the next best solution is to have another meeting.
Yeah.
And I mean, I hope that we can coordinate one so that the budget can be televised.
You make an emotion,
All right, so we'll do that. Well, why don't we just do that? We'll call a special budget meeting, and
Just budget.
we'll ask the clerk to put a date together for us, and between now and the 28th or 27th meeting.
Really? In fairness, you got March break coming. I mean, give me some dates.
Yeah, that's why we'll get the CFO.
Just with, if we were to take the 27th of March meeting and dedicate the first part of the meeting strictly to the budget, I would suggest that would give us adequate time to go through the operating budget. The presentation on the debt management plan, I would really appreciate if council was able to go through that. It is important. It is a long-term planning document more than anything that gives you a couple of options to deal with how we can start to address the capital reinvestment that the city needs to do. But I would say that on the 27th, if we dedicated the first portion of the meeting strictly to the operating budget and address it, knowing the fact that we do need to get resolution that night on the budget where we're going to go, because we do need to get our tax bylaws in place in April and everything like that. So, Mr. Mayor, I think that if there's a deferral and we make that commitment on the 27th, if we have to add additional meetings, then we could look after that.
Okay.
And I'll move deferral to May 27th.
Okay. Second by Councilor.
March
22nd. March. See, it's late.
Moved by Councilor Ioannoni that we do budget deliberations first part of the meeting on March the 27th, second by Councilor Carrier. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. So then we can move on to ratification of Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following items are to be ratified from tonight's meeting of Committee of the Whole under Report F 2012-10, Development Charges Waiver for the FAX Building, that Council approve a grant equal to the city portion of the development charges in the sum of $47,490 funded from the Reserve Fund, and Council support the organization's efforts to get a grant equal to the regional development charges. Under L 2012-03, Committee of Adjustment Extent of Authorities, receive and file the report. Under PG 2012-018, appeal the Committee of Adjustment decision, appeal of the Committee of Adjustment decision consent application B-1211-024, 7715 Carl Road, applicant Salvatore and Rita Pietrangelo, that Council wishes staff to withdraw the appeal to the Committee of Adjustment decision to grant the consent application B-2011-024 to the Ontario Municipal Board, and thus I so move.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councilor Ioannoni. Okay. Second by Councilor Pietrangelo with his conflict noted. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. Thank you. Got ratification of in-camera. Mr. Clerk?
A few items, Your Worship. Let's see here. Regarding part of alley Plan 311, that's near Pier Lane, that the city enter into an agreement of purchase and sale with 632162 Ontario Limited to convey lands known as part of the alley Plan 311, Village of Niagara Falls, lying between Pier Lane and parts 1 and 2 of reference plan 59R-9971 at $20,000, that the conveyance be made conditional upon the purchaser bringing the property known municipally as 5580 Pier Lane into compliance with the city zoning bylaw, that the mayor, clerk, and city solicitor be authorized to sign any knowledge document required to complete the transaction. That's the first item. The second item is related to a property at the corner of Pew Street and Brookfield Avenue, that the portion of the Pew Street road allowance that is occupied by the carport attached to 5948 Brookfield Avenue be conveyed to the owner for $15,000, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute all necessary documents to carry out that. And third item regarding temporary road access to Colangelo Estates, Marinelli Estates Plan of Subdivision, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute an agreement between the city and 586112 Ontario Limited, Donato Colangelo, regarding lots 14 and 16 in the Colangelo Estates Plan of Subdivision.
Okay. Moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Ioannoni. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. Yeah, Councilor Gates?
I just want to make sure it was noted that I was opposed to, I think, 2 and 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Consent agenda? Councilor Thompson?
We refer MW 2012-13.
Okay. Deferral of MW 2012-13 by Councilor Thompson, second by Councilor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Move the remainder?
You missed the resolution.
We'll get to the... Can we do that?
I can do that after.
Okay. Move the remainder of the consent agenda, Councilor Ioannoni, second by Councilor Pietrangelo. Discussion, Councilor Gates?
Real quick, we pulled 1205 off, right?
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Wayne?
I just wanted to highlight something in 2012-12. Can I do that without pulling it, or would you?
We can discuss it without pulling it. Mr. Clerk?
I don't know what you're...
I just wanted to note that unaccounted for water has increased over the past 3 years and is approaching 23% of volume purchased. Staff suggesting the installation of radio read water meters that would help determine if meter tampering has occurred. So I don't know, to me that sounds like a good idea. And also there was a suggestion in the report that a private hydrant bylaw be created outlining the responsibilities of maintaining those hydrants to property owners. Is there going to be a report coming forward? Yes, there is? Okay, good. That's all I needed.
Okay, Councilor Thompson?
Just on that, I think the report on the water distribution system really demonstrates the excellent water supply that municipalities generally have, but certainly what exists in the city of Niagara Falls. I think there were 3 coliform counts throughout the entire year with the sampling program that goes on, and I think that the coliform counts were relatively insignificant, and as Councilor Ioannoni knows from past history about sampling of water supply, once they are sampled the next day, it's usually resolved, and it's usually one comment in the report indicating that it could be a problem with filtration in the treatment plant or whatever. That sounds kind of unreal to me with my background with the health department. I think a lot of these samples that come that indicate coliform, which is not fecal contamination, is basically maybe a sampling problem where the top of the sample bottle is touched, or there isn't proper disinfection of the tap before the sample is taken. That's usually what happens, because when it's resampled and done properly. But my compliments to the staff with what they do with respect to that, because 3 insignificant samples which are cleared up the next day indicate that that's a great system, and certainly encourages people to drink city water, because it's probably better than a lot of the bottled water that you buy. And I just just want to make sure that maybe Councilor Iannone wants to make a comment on the sampling program. I'm not sure.
Okay, can we, any more comment to the consent agenda, or can we approve the consent agenda? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. We have two resolutions that we haven't dealt with here. Resolution 1, indicating our support. Yeah, okay, moved by Councillor Wing, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Discussion, Councillor Wing?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask that we also circulate it to other municipalities in the region.
Okay, allowing us to import wine from other provinces.
It's to help the Ontario wine industry and to allow the exportation of Ontario wines to other provinces.
Right, will be reciprocal, I'm assuming, right? I think is yes. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. And resolution number 2, allowing the resolution allowing fruit wines.
I will so move, and this is, I see some opportunities here for not only fruit wineries throughout Ontario and this region in particular, but also for, with the second part of the resolution for us, the ability to sell fruit wines at farmers markets would really allow us to showcase and celebrate our local agricultural products and give tourists a chance to have a new adventure. And there's a term, it's I hope I pronounced it right correctly, terroir, taste of the land. It's a French term, and that's one, that sort of tourism, culinary tourism, is really taking off, and to be able to come here to Niagara and sample fruits from our orchards and take home a bottle of fruit wine produced here in Ontario from crops grown here in Ontario could really add a new dimension to the tourist experience. So I see this as really a good move here.
Moved by Councillor Wing, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, both resolutions passed. And bylaws? Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Maves for first reading. We'll ask all in favor?
No, you gotta ask me first.
Okay, read them and I'm sorry.
No, you gotta ask if there's any,
okay, is there any additional bylaws or amendments to the bylaws, Mr.
Yeah,
Clerk?
actually, we felt 2 bylaws was one too many. Staff is pulling bylaw 2012-11. We'll be coming forward with that at a later date, so the only bylaw is the confirmatory bylaw tonight.
Okay, which is been moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Okay.
So bylaw 2012-11 read a first time.
Second. Motion for second and third reading, Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Gates. All those in favor?
Bylaw 2012-11 read a second and third time and passed.
Now, we need a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock here. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Gates. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, hands up. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's approved fairly. Okay, new business? Contrary? Okay, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Wing?
Just one item. I noticed we don't have the Farmers Market Revitalization Project in our list of municipal community facilities to which Section 37 agreement cash contributions can be directed, and I'd like to move that it be added. I just spoke about the terroir, the taste of the land, and the possibilities for Farmers Market to add to our tourism product, and I think that would be a very appropriate addition to the list.
So add an 8th opportunity for Section 37 grants as being the farmers market.
Yes.
There's a motion by Councillor Wing. Do we have a second? Second by Councillor Iannone. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Okay, it's approved unanimously. Councillor Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sent an email out to everybody on the weekend in regards to the letter that all the parents at the Gale Centre and any parent who has a child in rec hockey or minor hockey received in regards to the historical end-of-the-year pizza party for all the kids who play hockey has been canceled. And it's been canceled because apparently the owners who maintain the contract with the concessions at the Gale Centre would not allow the groups to bring in an affordably priced pizza for their kids. Now, as insane as that sounds, you got thousands of parents and kids between the 2 hockey leagues who are pretty upset their kids aren't going to have a celebration. We got an email from Ms. Moldenhauer saying they're trying to work things out, but I guess the question that's come to me most is, can the concession owner do that? And I will tell you, when we passed the report that approved that contract. It was in our consent agenda. It was just a straight report. We didn't see the contract itself. I'd like to see the contract itself. I remember asking then and was told not to micromanage, but now you have a concession owner telling people that they cannot bring their own things in for their celebrations because they have exclusivity. Well, you can take your own food into Disney World, you can take your own food into Canada's Wonderland. It doesn't make sense to me that people cannot take their own food into a publicly owned building when they're paying the hockey fees that are astronomical now so that their kids can have a hockey party. And I know there's thousands of parents home saying you go because it's ridiculous. So I'd like to know, A, is that clause in the contract, and can council please have a look at it, because it doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. We've got a motion. Is that a motion?
I'd like to move that council gets a copy of the contract and we're allowed to discuss it.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Ioannoni and seconded by Councillor Wing that council get a copy of the vendor agreement with the breakup.
Yeah, and I will also tell you, Mr. Mayor, it's got to the point where Tim Hortons is threatening to take their sponsorship out of the Timbit League. Doesn't make it the Timbit League anymore. And you got Tim Hortons, who sponsors everything in this city, now having a problem. People who are going into the arena are told, don't bring your Tim Hortons in. That is hardly going to happen. So I think if there's a little out of control down there, and we need council and staff to say to the parents, you know, we kind of run this city and we're looking into it and we're going to see what we can do for you.
Okay. Thank you. We got the motion on the floor. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I guess we all read the email with respect to this, and really I tried to help the operator a couple of weeks ago and give him additional vending machines to help him out, and to see this is extremely disappointing. I think it's just bad business. Why would these are his customers? Why would he and to suggest you go into the Chippewa Arena, everybody's carrying a Tim Hortons cup, and to suggest that somebody's going to stop them from going into the Gale Arena, I think this is a real serious problem, and to suggest that the young people, after playing all year, are not going to have their pizza party when somebody is going to donate it, I think is totally unacceptable. And yeah, let's look at the contract, but there's got to be some way of making sure that this isn't going on, that this party does happen, and I don't know whether we can, through you, if we can get an update where we stand with this at this point, but I'm not willing to stand down and wait till March 27th to get a report back. This is happening now. I think it's serious, and I think it has to be resolved, and maybe we have to go back to having the volunteers in all of the sports facilities taking over the stands like they used to years ago, and giving us some similar revenue, but providing the same service. Maybe we shouldn't be contracting out, and giving the hockey teams and the hockey association the opportunity to drive some revenue there. This is extremely upsetting. Is there any
step down, who, you know, it is a thankless job. And you do it for 6 years and you step down because Buddy at the concession stand is harassing you. So there's a real problem here.
And with breakaways, they do not stop people from bringing in their own personal, like beverages and snacks. They do permit that. What they do ask for is when our events have their, when our organizers have their large events and tournaments at the Gale Centre, they do ask that all the food and beverage arrangements go through them. The city in turn, we do provide the Niagara Falls Memorial Room free of charge for the large events and for the tournaments. We met today with the president of Rec Hockey. She did inform us that they will still have their party, like the children, of course, will still get their medals, and that's done on the ice. They do have the room, and we have coordinated a meeting tomorrow with Breakaways and with the president of Rec Hockey to see what we can provide for the children for their event on Saturday. Because I know the organizers, they want to make sure something's provided for the children. Breakaway staff also want to work with them. Breakaways, they are very community-minded. We have met with them on this issue in the past, and they have provided approximately $20,000 worth of sponsors, free food and or beverages to various different events and adult tournaments. So they do want to work with us, and I really feel comfortable in saying that I'm sure that something will be provided to the children at their event on Saturday.
Could we have something defined? What is something?
Do we have anything specific, Ms. Bolton?
I can't give you specifics yet until we sit down with them tomorrow.
I'd make a motion that we direct staff to resolve the problem so the minor hockey people can have their party, pardon me? And rec hockey can have their party appropriate as it's been in the past, and make sure it happens. Period.
Okay, so, no, we already have a motion on the floor? Yeah, we already have one motion on the floor we haven't dealt with yet. So what was the first motion again? I'm sorry.
Bringing forward the copy of the agreement.
Right, the copy of the agreement. Why don't we first vote on that? Us getting a copy of the vendor's agreement. All those in favor? Okay, so that one's done. Now, the second motion is that staff make sure that these groups having their year-end party are able to do so as in the past. Is that what you're suggesting?
Resolve the problem.
And resolve the impasse that we're dealing with. Councillor Ioannoni?
I have a problem with something that Ms. Moldenhauer said. She said at Breakaway, they permit people to bring Tim Hortons into the your own stuff into the building. The residents own that building. It's not up to Breakaway to permit residents to do anything.
Unless we've given those rights away.
Yeah, and you know what? That's the red herring, because we don't know whether we did that. Do you know what was in the contract?
No, I've never seen that.
We passed it. We passed it. We passed a contract that none of us saw because we were told don't micromanage at the time. But did the groups know that they weren't going to be able to bring in their own food? I know even at our inaugural, it was like pulling teeth to have to be able to bring anything in. There's got to be something wrong with that much control being held by one concession group.
Okay, we're going to get the CAO to jump in.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I can, and we had several reports that were on this. I can't recall whether or not the agreements were penned to the reports, but in the reports it did talk about what the details of the agreement were. And I do know that staff, because I was involved in those meetings, met with all of the sport groups prior to entering into the agreement, so that there was an understanding of what the conditions of those agreements were. And I know they had some concern at that time, but those groups were certainly aware of when we brought the contracts forward. And you may recall that we had contracts for Breakaway, the Junior Bs, the Junior Cs, the front row sports. There was a number of agreements that we brought forward that outlined what all of the agreements were in dealing with the Gale Center.
When you said the group had concerns, were their concerns listened to?
Well, what we indicated at that time was that the way the agreement was entered into and the understanding with the Breakaway Sports was that they would have exclusivity over food that was sold. We didn't interpret that to mean that a group could bring in a Tim Hortons coffee, that anybody could walk in with their own water bottle, that anybody could come with a birthday cake, that anybody could bring in food that was donated. And those are the things that we agreed to at that point to say that would be acceptable. It was just that where there were outside catering or outside food products being sold and brought in, that's where they believed in under the agreement have exclusivity. So if there were other arrangements that were made, and I think those arrangements have gone on over the last year or so with groups, I think this unfortunately has just come to a head this week. And as I say, our staff has been discussing it with them, and we'll get the issue resolved before the weekend.
Or Saturday.
Okay, so do we we've got a motion, did we vote on that motion? Okay, we've got a motion just to direct staff to Councillor Thompson. Oh, we're gonna vote on it. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, discussion before that, I'm sorry. Councillor Pietrangelo?
I just want to say that I got those emails as well. The reality is that it talks about common sense, and I think this one certainly wasn't common sense for this one, but I think what that company has to realize that these are the same kids and parents that have supported them all year long. They go there, they buy a hot dog, they buy their chips. I mean, how you treat people is, I think it's going to hurt their business, quite frankly, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. As far as the contract that was signed, maybe as a council we should pay more attention to our consent agenda and make sure that we're taking a good look at that, because sometimes we go through it pretty quick. But I'd also like to say that I think Councillor Thompson was on the money. Maybe we have to take a look at, is this in the best interest of our community to contract everything out and not keep it in-house where we have a little more control over what goes on. I don't know what the contract's like, I don't know how much money is involved, but that may be something that we have to look at as a council as well. But I believe that this business has an obligation to make sure that the residents that go to that arena are treated with respect and dignity, including the parents and the kids. And hopefully, through your conversations tomorrow, this situation can get corrected so those kids can do what every kid likes to do, is get pizza and a pop and a medal at the end of the hockey season. So hopefully you can get that done, Kath.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Another comment,
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I was going to ask for a comment from staff. I know Mrs. Moldenhauer already gave one, and so did Mr. Todd. I guess as a parent that has two of my kids right now in the actual hockey league, they were looking forward to the party as well. And it's unfortunate that it won't be at the extent that it always has been in the past years. But I guess these are part of the growing pains that we go through, because somehow I can't help but feeling a bit responsible because we're the ones that moved the contract. I guess the only question that I would have, though, through you to staff would be, it was my understanding that there was some communication between the actual league and staff, and I'm just wondering who makes the final determination, because I know that they were asking for permission in what Councillor Thompson is asking to give them permission for now. And I was wondering, because I don't think any of us around the table right now know who gives the final determination.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's a matter of giving final permission. I think our staff position's been pretty consistent all along, and that was right from some of the first meetings that we had with the sports group before the center opened. And that would be that under the agreement that Breakaway would have exclusive rights, but that if there was an opportunity for a group to bring in their own food that would be donated food or food that cakes that a mother made for a birthday party, things like that, those things were going to be acceptable. And we've had that understanding right from the beginning. So it's not really a matter of an approval. It's sort of, that's been our understanding what the ground rules have been. And I don't know what really has changed here this year, because my understanding is last year that they were allowed to bring the pizza in and had the party. Now, I don't know if Kathy has any further information, but I know that was the understanding that we had with the groups when we entered into the agreement. And I don't know if Kathy may have some other comment.
Sorry.
Did you want to just get Kathy?
Yeah, just through the mayor. Last year, what took place with the end of year party is they actually did purchase some pizzas from Breakaways, and Breakaways also donated some of them. And then what happened this year is there was a significant price in the cost of the pizzas. And that's when Recreation Hockey, that their executive decided that they could not afford them. They did then have a member come forward that said, well, we could actually donate the pizzas, but we're talking here 60 to 80 pizzas. Staff did speak to Breakaways, and because last year the Recreation Hockey League had purchased them, they were not in favor this year of them bringing it in. They wanted to work with them.
But having said that, Mr. Mayor, I think what our position, I believe, should be that if those are in fact donated, our position should be that you can bring them in, they're not purchased, they're a donation to that organization. I don't know how that breaches the agreement or not, but certainly,
You've got legal opinion for you.
I don't want to give too much away, because they might be watching, but I would think that it might, it's likely, without the agreement being in front of me, but I suspect it talks about purchases of food or food sale. A donation would not be a sale. So that's probably how we'll end up arguing this, if we end up going down to the legalese. I'm rather hoping that the individual involved might come to his senses before then, because I think the observations, among others, of Councillor Gates, and that is a community facility, and there's going to be a little bit of biting the hand that feeds you here. The gentleman does have other establishments in town, and he probably wants the parents to go to those ones.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think we're hearing the bottom line is that these kids will have their pizza party on Saturday. We'll get it done, and if we have to get it done and argue over the legalities of it later, we'll do that, but we'll ensure that this pizza party...
He's got to bake it himself, so you're going to be done. Okay, I've got Councillor Peter Angelo, carry on wing.
I guess then, and I appreciate Mr. Todd saying that, just to wrap it up, I mean, instead of throwing everything under the bus, perhaps we should, have some type of report back from staff that lets us know how things are going right now. I know that this is the first sort of bump that we've actually been made aware of. It'd be interesting to know how things have been going up until this point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a report coming back at the March meeting. It'll be after our budget presentation at the March meeting. And what we can do is Mrs. Moldenhauer can include a section. Perhaps we can talk about the catering, how the agreements are going. We'll include that in that report if that's okay with council.
Yeah, and then just to finish, Your Worship, I know just even in talking to the president of directly, I mean, what was conveyed to me was what I thought a decent idea. I mean, if the local groups, were allowed to be given one day, for instance, the day that they have their year-end party, as a grace day from the actual exclusivity clause that was in place. And I mean, that's something that the council would end up having to discuss with the, I guess, leasee of the canteen space or whatever you want to call it. So, I mean, that's one option that we can go by, and I'm sure that there's others, but I'll wait for the report to come back.
Thank you. Councillor Carrier?
Just along the same line, maybe the guy wants out of the lease. Maybe he's not happy, maybe he wants out. So if that's the case, I'd like to know.
Thank you.
And Mayor, just so you know, the 5-year agreement, we're about a year and a half, I guess, into it. So that may be a possibility, but all of the agreements that we entered into at the opening were for 5 years.
Is there no clause? Like, does he have to sustain and initiate no clause?
Yeah, wait for the agreement. Okay. Councillor Wayne?
That was going to be one of my questions, actually what the escape clause is, but I think maybe at this point what is needed most is clarification that the Recreational Minor Hockey Association are permitted to bring donated pizzas in for their year-end party. I'm not sure if the motion we passed previously stipulated that, but I think that firm direction from council is perhaps what is needed at this point, so I will make that motion. Is it? Is that what staff understands?
I think we got direction that they're donated, they're not,
we're going to get this done whatever way we're going to get it done. If they're donated, if they're whatever, we'll just ensure that it gets...
I'd just like to leave here tonight knowing that staff have clear instruction from council that donated pizzas for the RMHA annual party are to be permitted to be brought in. I just want to make sure that happens.
I think we've got a lot of nods, so that's going to happen.
Okay.
Okay, on this, do we have a motion that we have to make here still, or did we have?
No,
No, there's a motion on the floor.
Whatever you want to do.
Does anyone recall what it was? Because
I made the motion to direct staff to make sure that the party...
Did we vote on it?
No.
Okay, let's vote on it. All those in favor?
Friendly amendment.
Okay.
Friendly amendment is that donated pizzas for the RMHA year-end party are permitted.
Well, I don't know whether it's donated or not. All I'm saying is make it happen. Maybe they make arrangements with Breakaway to provide the pizzas at a reasonable price, and
I think
what I'm saying is make sure that the event happens.
I think if we'll say the CAO's just given it, he said it's gonna happen, I know that means it's gonna happen. So we can give him direction. So let's call the vote then. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Is there other new business, or are we done that topic? Councillor Morocco?
Yes, I'll make this short. I want to say Gung Ho Fat Choi. On February 17th, which is Happy New Year, by the way, in Chinese, I attended the Chinese New Year celebration with 7 other cities, and there was a few hundred people at the event in Toronto, I should say in Scarborough, and I went to represent, Your Worship, the Mayor and fellow councillors at the event, and it was very well attended by VIPs and mayors from all around the 7 cities, which included Carling, Hong Kong, Markham, Niagara Falls, Richmond Hill, Toronto, and Vaughan. Media awards were also presented, so it was the Toronto Chinese Media Awards as well. And part of our appreciation, we actually were able to play a video of Niagara Falls, which was very impressive, and I want to thank the Tourism Bureau for providing that for us to play. It was very impressive, and also in my thanks for letting us be there, they presented the City of Niagara Falls, I hope I'm holding that right, with the Year of the Dragon thank you. So each of the cities that were there actually received this, so I just wanted to bring this back and present it to you. So anyway, it was greatly appreciated that we were there, and they were very impressed with Niagara, and we hope to have them.
Great.
I'll leave that here.
Oh, super. Thank you. That's very great.
Second, I just want to say that I'm thrilled to hear, and I think that we're 90% there that we've actually received word that we actually will be hosting AMO in 2015. So we have secured FCM for 14 and AMO for 15. So there's just a few things they're working on in that rooms and that, so good for the city, and I think that's kudos for the staff. And I'd just like to say thank you to all the people that were involved, Serge, and all the establishments, hotels, and the Bureau for their support in trying to make that happen, and the Convention Center as well. So thank you.
It was a great partnership. Everyone came together, yourself included too, Councillor. Everyone came together, made this happen, and it was great to see the pitch. So now we've got AMO in 2014 and the FCM, the federal conference here in 15. So that's great news. So that's great. Yes, Councillor Miranzo?
Thanks, Your Worship, and Councillor Kerry wants to note the poster came from a fortune. Okay, on to new business. Your Worship, I think less than a couple weeks ago the Jumpman report came up, and I know it was not good news to hear that the Jumpman report was recommending the closure of one of our casinos, and I know it's been in the newspaper, and I'm just wondering, through yourself, perhaps the staff, what we've been doing like as a city hall on the issue.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, please.
If I could just update you, in fact, we're going to be in Toronto tomorrow having some discussions with the Premier's office. I can tell you that we've gotten together with a group of the BIAs. We've started up again the second casino committee, if you will. And through those BIAs, we've engaged assistance, outside assistance that the BIAs will be funding. And through that, we are doing some lobbying efforts over at Queen's Park to ensure that we get our voice heard in Toronto. So that's already commencing. There's going to be a series of meetings that are set up. As I say, we've got both the Victoria Centre and Clifton Hill BIAs engaged, and we'll be having several meetings with them in attendance in Toronto in front of various ministers and ministry staff, as well as through the Premier's office. So we'll keep reporting back to Council as we have more news on that.
Council?
Worship, I guess the only suggestion that I wanted to make is I would think it would be prudent for the city to present some type of report to the provincial government that would outline the negative effects that would happen should one of the casinos close. And I mean, I understand that from a number standpoint, perhaps they would gain more revenue if they were only operating one casino. But I bet you that a report would show that the longer term effects would be less revenue for the province, and that's what I was thinking that the city could actually present as a report to the province.
Yes, and thank you, Councillor. And in fact, the working group is looking at doing just that. There was a previous study that was done that we're looking at revising to get more current statistics. And the other approach that we're taking is we're taking an approach of trying to provide ideas to the province and OLG. In fact, tomorrow we'll be meeting with both the Premier's office and OLG. And the ideas that we're taking forward are to promote a positive approach to it in the sense of coming up with ideas that we think they can embrace to improve the presence of the casino within the community. So ideas that will help bring the viability of the casino up, rather than in our feeling right now is that there hasn't been enough effort or marketing or emphasis put on Casino Niagara. So that's going to be some of our message that we take forward tomorrow to both the Premier's office and OLG.
You done that issue? Well, do you have another? Well, you got the floor.
I do, but
I just want to talk on this.
On that? Okay, Councillor Gates.
I just wanted to say that it might be a good idea if you're going to the Premier's office tomorrow to remind him that he came into our community and promised this community, promised those workers that they were going to keep the casino open and help protect the number of jobs that are there. I think that would be one way to start. I understand you want to be positive and you want to make sure, but I think he's got to be reminded that he's made a commitment to this community, he's made a commitment to those jobs and how important they are to us as well. So I think that's important as well. So thanks.
Okay. Councillor?
Second issue, Your Worship, Municipal World. I know you read it from cover to cover every time it comes out, and this time it talks about Canada's infrastructure deficit, or Canada's infrastructure debt. And what it talks about, Your Worship, is one of the federal MPs, Dennis Liebel, the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, he's launched a formal investigation or formal engagement process whereby he's trying to bring together the federal government, the provinces, and municipalities to deal with everyone's infrastructure deficit. And I believe that they're targeting a new plan for 2014. My question through you to staff is, when these programs come out, when these P3 programs come out, is it not our responsibility to have projects sort of in the queue or pre-approved so that we are ready to go? And I know that when the ISS funding came down last time, that was one of the sort of bigger issues, is that we had to get the work done within a prescribed amount of time. So our projects had to be ready to go. And if so, I mean, do we want to start looking at sort of our future capital plan and start to get approvals on projects that we need? And I know Mr. Harrison just perked up because we go through conversations on infrastructure every day.
Well, thank you, Councillor. And that we probably could have had that as part of our budget discussion tonight, but we didn't get to that. But what our plan is to get through the budget, and we've talked quite a bit lately of these 10-year capital plans, and you can see some of the information was in your package tonight that leads us there. What we want to be able to be in a position with is, whether it's Mr. Holman or Mr. Dren, in terms of their longer-term projects, so we can map out in detail what those 10-year capital plans are, so that our staff can then get a year or two out ahead of what projects we've got in the queue, and that way if these infrastructure funding stimulus programs come around again, we're ready. And that's why we want to get out ahead of it. So that's the plan we're going to be presenting to you once we get through the budget. Our plan was to get the details in front of you by about June of this year, so that if this does come forward in 2014, we'll have those plans already lined up, sort of pre-approved by council, so that we're not behind the 8 ball and we've got these projects ready to go.
And I guess just to follow it up, Your Worship, I know sometimes it does cost money, obviously, to get these projects ready to go. Is there an expiry once we actually get approval on this?
expiry as far as our work done that we would do at our level?
Yeah, like, I mean, you know, when we do, for instance, if we're going to reconstruct a road, perhaps we have to go through the EA process. Once we receive approval, is there an actual expiry on that, or can we do it 5 years after we get approval?
EA, I'll let Mr. Holmes speak.
Through the Mayor, EAs now have a shelf life of 10 years.
10 years, okay.
And things like approvals through the MOE don't have an expiry date for the most part, unless they're pumping stations, in which case they have a 5-year term. So a lot of this work can be done in design and on the shelf. It allows us to coordinate with the utilities and deal with things like property issues ahead of time, and give us more accurate cost estimates. We'd much prefer to be in a position to have the work sitting on the shelf ready to go.
Yes. And I guess that's what I'm getting at, Your Worship. I mean, I guess if we know in the future that we're going to be doing capital works, it would be prudent of us to sort of get those approvals now so that when the time comes, we have the funding available, or for instance, the program comes out from the federal government, we're ready to go. Okay, my last issue, Your Worship, is the Optimist Club. I had a resident come to me today who gave me a notice that there was a public meeting here at City Hall on Thursday night. And I guess my first question, and I know I already asked Mr. Hurlovich, but this was the question that she asked me, because she just received the notice yesterday, is there no requirement, I guess, in terms of time to notify someone that there's going to be a public meeting about it? So that would be my first question.
Mr. Hurlovich?
Yes, what the councillor is referring to, Your Worship, is the cursory public meeting that we provide to the residents in the area of an amendment. So it's not a Planning Act requirement, it's a municipal practice, and we usually try and send that notice out within 10 days in advance. Because we're trying to meet the March 27th council meeting, we want to be able to send out the notice within the statutory requirement. We had a week to send that out. We were waiting for the information on the flyover for the Morrison Street extension. So we needed to confirm that there was enough room for the bridge to go over the QEW, and then that affected whether or not the Optimist Park subdivision had to be redesigned. And so there were a number of things that all had to come together, so I apologize. It was shorter notice than we normally give. We normally give 10 days. It's a practice and not a rule. And the real meeting is actually going to be before council on the 27th, when that subdivision application comes back to this council for consideration.
Okay, Councillor?
Thanks, Your Worship. And I guess the only other comment that I had on it is, I thought that we had a policy that that council receive notification of neighborhood meetings, especially ones that are held inside City Hall that deal with planning or rezoning applications that are coming to us in the future. I just thought it was unfortunate that a resident would come up to me and put a City Hall notice in my hand, and I had no idea about it. And I don't know if the other members of council received a notification, but I know I didn't.
So do we know, did we receive?
I apologize to Your Worship that didn't go out. I'll make sure that does happen with all future notices.
That's great.
Is it our policy?
Do we have a policy? It is now?